A quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. I'd ask everybody to rise. Join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody. The committee is meeting today for consideration of 20 separate measures. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled and may recess the committee at any point without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7654, the Advance Global Health Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7654, to authorize the consolidation of reports required to be submitted by the Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy of the Department of State and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point, and I recognize myself for a statement on this bill. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Lawler, for leading this bill. Currently, the Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy is required to submit on an annual basis more than 15 reports to Congress, each with varying timelines. As a result, the burden of creating these reports, often using historical data, has become increasingly time-consuming, bureaucratic, and resulted in delayed information. None of this added bureaucracy actually advances foreign policy. By allowing the department to consolidate these reports while keeping all necessary oversight information, more staff time will be freed up to actually implement the global health programming our tax dollars pay for. So I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. Is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this bill to consolidate global health reporting to Congress, and I thank Representative Lawler and Jayapal for their work on it. Over the years, we've passed multiple pieces of legislation that require progress reports to Congress on topics such as combating HIV, AIDS, and malaria, our preparedness to fight global disease outbreaks, and programs to prevent and treat global malnutrition. There are multiple annual reports for PEPFAR alone. This bill would consolidate those reports into one annual submission from the State Department without losing any of the content required by law. This will streamline congressional oversight and allow us to better process the information needed to inform our future policies. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The State Department's global health programs are a priority. Our projects are not solely a testament to the leadership and generosity of the American people. They are programs that ensure America stays safe from health threats abroad. Because of the United States, we have made significant strides to end the HIV/AIDS epidemic, develop malaria vaccines, deliver nutrition aid, including ready-to-use therapeutic food, and ensure expeditious and effective responses to international infectious disease outbreaks. Under President Trump's leadership, the rollout of the breakthrough HIV PrEP treatment has made drastic strides forward in ending mother-to-child transmission of HIV across the African continent. And beginning soon, we will see a similar rollout of a new spatial malaria prevention tool developed by an American company. Currently, and in support of all these programs, the Department of State's Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy is required to produce a variety of reports to Congress. While the key information needed to do this oversight will continue to be provided, the current structure means the department pulls the same data multiple times on varied timelines throughout the year, needlessly delaying information to Congress. This redundancy creates unnecessary administrative burden, slows down delivery, and makes it harder for Congress to fully evaluate the information in a timely way. And that's why I introduced the Advanced Global Health Act with my colleague, Representative Jayapal. This bill consolidates these reporting requirements into one comprehensive, searchable annual report. It preserves the intent of this reporting but reduces the duplication we're seeing today. I want to thank Chairman Mast for bringing this bill before the committee and thank Ranking Member Meeks for his support. I appreciate the chance to work with all of my colleagues to advance U.S. global health programs, and I urge everyone to support this legislation. I yield the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Mike Lawler, for his partnership in introducing the bipartisan Advanced Global Health Act with me to streamline global health reporting requirements. The Advanced Global Health Act is straightforward bipartisan policy. It consolidates multiple overlapping reports from the State Department's Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy into one comprehensive, searchable annual report. Under current law, the department is required to produce a multitude of separate reports, meaning data can be duplicative, scattered across various documents, and submitted at different times. Inconsistent reporting deadlines based on when individual bills were enacted means it's difficult to consistently track due dates for reports and to hold departments and agencies accountable for late or missing information. This bill would streamline recurring reports into one document that is delivered on a predictable timeline and contains easily searchable information that can be compared year to year. This effort to streamline reporting requirements will help enhance Congress's ability to conduct oversight on the status and effectiveness of the global health projects we fund. The issue of global health is personal to me. Before coming to Congress, I worked for a Seattle-based global health and development organization for many years, focusing on reproductive health. And through this work, I've seen firsthand how effective our foreign assistance dollars can be in improving health outcomes abroad. Our global health funding has saved millions of lives in the past decades and, importantly, protects the health of Americans here at home. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were painfully reminded that diseases know no borders. An outbreak in one part of the world can easily reach our shores and overwhelm our health systems, disrupt supply chains, and take the lives of Americans. Investments in global health are more than just acts of charity. They are investments in Americans' safety, stability, and leadership. When we talk about global health, we're talking about vaccination and monitoring campaigns that stop outbreaks before they spread, maternal health services that protect mothers and infants, and funding to strengthen the health systems that allow communities to thrive economically and socially. Many of us have raised concerns about the long-term consequences of reductions on public health and our national security. And I'm grateful that congressional appropriators have kept much of our global health funding intact in the fiscal year 26 appropriations bills, and I plan to work with my colleagues to ensure that these funds are spent in line with congressional intent. But regardless of where any of us stood on the debates about the value of global health funding, we should all agree that when Congress allocates funds, they must be used effectively and transparently for the purposes that we authorized. We need to know where programs are operating and what outcomes are being achieved. And we need that information on a predictable basis so we can legislate responsibly. This bipartisan bill preserves the intent of every existing reporting requirement while reducing duplication and increasing efficiency. It ensures that Congress receives clear, consolidated, and accessible information. I thank my colleague, Mr. Lawler, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on H.R. 7654, the Advanced Global Health Act. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Before we move to further discussion, I want to welcome Representative Max Miller to the committee. You are recognized for a 5-minute speech. Just kidding, you are not. You're not recognized for. Yeah, you actually thought we were going to give you a 5-minute speech to welcome you. No, but we are happy to have you. So we're very glad to have you. You're a fine addition, and so yeah. If you want to be recognized on the bill, you can give your 5-minute speech then. So okay, got it. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Miller? No? Going once? Okay. All right. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7654 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
Chairman,
motion.
I request a roll call
You
vote.
may. The motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7642, the Guide Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7642, to authorize the recruitment and retention of specialized disaster assistance professionals by the Department of State. Be it
Without
enacted.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Kim Amendment, in the nature of a substitute, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Kim, for bringing the Generating Utility Through International Disaster Expertise Act, or the GUIDE Act, forward. When disaster strikes overseas, the United States needs more than just good intentions to assist. We need trained professionals who can operate in difficult environments and manage resources responsibly. If we're going to deliver American aid, we must have the right experts in place to move quickly and efficiently. The GUIDE Act authorizes the State Department to recruit, train, retain specialized disaster assistance professionals within the Bureau of Disaster and Humanitarian Response. And this bill ensures before providing assistance, we know there are significant unmet needs, that the recipient country is willing to work with us, and that we can meaningfully alleviate mass suffering, and that the response advances U.S. foreign policy interests. Assistance should be strategic, not automatic. When we act wisely, we save lives while strengthening American leadership, and I would urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this bill, which strengthens the United States' ability to respond to natural disasters and other humanitarian crises overseas. For decades, the U.S. Agency for International Development, known as USAID, housed a dedicated cohort of disaster assistance professionals who saved tens of millions of lives around the world. President Trump fired these courageous Americans and disparaged their honorable service to this country. This bill could help rectify some of the damage caused by President Trump's actions, and I thank the majority for working with us to reach an agreement on it. It encourages the Department of State to fill critical staffing gaps that are impeding the U.S. government from quickly deploying life-saving assistance to address famine, floods, and other disasters. This is essential to saving lives, reducing human suffering, and promoting international peace and stability. I want to note that the State Department must take these staffing gaps seriously and work quickly to add much-needed personnel capacity. To that end, the bill would be improved by a requirement that the State Department report to Congress on its progress in addressing staffing needs. Nevertheless, I expect the State Department to be in regular touch with this committee to update us in the coming months on their progress. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman Mass and Ranking Member Mix, for holding today's markup and considering my bill, H.R. 7642, the Generating Utility Through International Disaster Expertise, or GUIDE Act. This bipartisan ANS equips the State Department to lead American international disaster response with precision, speed, and strategic purpose. It does so by directing the Secretary of State to establish and maintain a dedicated program that recruits, trains, and retains specialized disaster assistance professionals. These professionals will possess expertise and technical skills in the fields that matter most during complex crises: public health, engineering, nutrition, protection, logistics, and finance. Through regular training, they will be ready for swift deployment, ensuring the United States can respond effectively when the next typhoon, earthquake, or humanitarian crisis strikes our allies and partners abroad. This is about doing American aid the right way: lean, expert-driven, and aligned with our national interests. A small, highly skilled workforce will deliver faster relief and maximum impact per taxpayer dollar. No bloated overhead, just decisive action that creates U.S. jobs and advances our leadership on the world stage. When disaster response is executed with clear priorities, it ensures that America is the partner of choice over adversaries and prevents instability that can trigger other problems like mass migration. As the bill's name suggests, America, not China or Russia, can and should serve as the world's foremost guide for disaster response relief. This legislation will strengthen the State Department's capacity to lead strategically in humanitarian crisis, which builds goodwill with our allies and advances our interests without promoting dependency. I urge my colleagues to support the GUIDE Act, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7642 as amended to the House with a favorable...
Chairman, may I ask for a recorded vote?
In a moment, you can. We have to vote on it by voice first, but in a moment, you can, yeah. You and Max Miller, you're dying to get out there. All right. I move that the committee report H.R. 7642 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. You're up.
Now I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7641, the Transparency in Foreign Assistance Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7641, to provide for a pilot program to require congressional notification of additional information for certain foreign assistance programs.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Lawler, and Representative Jacobs for leading this bill to strengthen congressional oversight of foreign assistance. The current congressional notification process for foreign assistance programs has become cumbersome and inefficient. The bill provides direction to the State Department to effectively streamline information Congress needs to ensure appropriate oversight on behalf of the American people. This legislation does not add additional bureaucratic red tape, but clarifies how the department should share the information it is already providing. While this pilot program only applies to the Bureau of Counterterrorism and the Bureau of African Affairs, I would look forward to working with my colleagues to expand this process across the entire State Department in the future. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I now ask, is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
I too support this bill to create a pilot program to receive more detailed information and congressional notifications from the Department of State. It is important that we have a clear understanding of how the State Department plans to program funds appropriated by Congress. This legislation would apply to the Africa and Counterterrorism Bureaus and require them to provide greater clarity and specific details on foreign assistance awards within their purviews. This information can contribute to stronger congressional oversight, and I welcome a pilot program to explore how best to provide additional transparency to Congress and how our foreign assistance dollars are being spent. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, when the State Department spends money appropriated by Congress, they are required to provide congressional notification. However, the way these notifications currently operate, the information doesn't show a full picture, lacking the detail necessary for effective oversight. That forces unnecessary back and forth, with Congress requesting clarification from state. This also delays implementation and makes it harder for Congress to ensure taxpayer dollars are being used strategically and responsibly. My bill fixes this standard. It creates a pilot program to require the State Department to share more information with Congress. This is data they already have and will be sent to Congress in a standardized and usable format. This improves transparency, reduces bureaucratic friction, and helps Congress make better, faster decisions about foreign assistance and security assistance programs. It has been great to work with my Democratic colleague, Congresswoman Jacobs, on this legislation, and I thank you, Chairman Mast, for bringing this bill to markup and the ranking member for supporting it. I urge all of my colleagues to support this, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-lead this legislation with my friend Congressman Mike Lawler. This bill is simple. It requires more information and transparency around foreign assistance programs implemented by the African Affairs Bureau and the Counterterrorism Office so that Congress can do better oversight of our foreign assistance dollars. This will ensure that Congress understands the objectives of each program, how the department is consulting with our ambassadors, and how we plan to ensure success with our aid dollars. This is a common sense bipartisan bill that I urge my colleagues to support. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment to H.R. 7641, the Transparency in Foreign Assistance Act. The underlying bill requires a congressional notification for new and existing foreign assistance programs under the Bureaus of African Affairs and Counterterrorism. The concept of the congressional notification is good, and the list of required elements of the CN is comprehensive. This amendment simply requires within the congressional notification, quote, a description of how meeting the program's intended objectives will protect the core national interests of the United States, end quote. This addition aligns with the intent of Representative Lawler's bill and with President Trump's national security strategy, which states that the purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion of the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7641. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7641 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
In a minute, Lawler.
Nope, he can.
All right. No. A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up. You have any more bills, Lawler? We might not. See, you have any more bills today? That's it? All right, you done for the day? Very good. Saved you some trouble. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7633, the American Assistance Visibility Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7633, to require the United States flag to be displayed on United States foreign assistance.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the H.Res amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated in advance to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purpose of the amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Shreve, for introducing this important piece of legislation and for recognizing something simple but powerful. When the American people provide assistance overseas, it should be clear to the world that it comes from the United States. It's just common sense. The American Assistance Visibility Act ensures that the American flag is prominently displayed on all U.S. foreign assistance. Too often, we send billions of dollars abroad with little to no visible acknowledgement that it came from the United States, while our taxpayers foot the bill. The host country, communities, sometimes never know it's paid for by the American taxpayer. At the end of the day, this is about accountability and transparency. When America shows up to help, the world should know it. And when taxpayers back home look at our foreign assistance, they should know that their country stands behind it. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank you, Representative Shreve, for your work on it. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Foreign assistance is one of our most important tools for addressing problems and projecting Americans' soft power around the world. The branding we use, for example, on bags of food assistance, on schools we help build, on materials we distribute at U.S.-funded training sessions, demonstrates America's generosity and makes clear that the United States shows up for our partners and those in need. This is a long-standing bipartisan measure we must continue to send now more than ever. This bill will help ensure we can communicate our American generosity and credibility by using the U.S. flag as the primary brand for our foreign assistance. It allows for co-branding when appropriate for projects we support with other donors and provides for necessary exceptions when needed to ensure the safety of our implementing partners and beneficiaries. It is important that the United States continue to show up globally, and we can reinforce that message by branding our assistance in a clear and consistent manner. This is not about individual U.S. officials or agencies getting credit. This is about promoting America's reputation and leadership around the world. And I look forward to supporting this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Shreve.
I do seek recognition. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks. The United States is a generous nation. Every day, American assistance reaches people around the globe. Our support strengthens our relationships with allies, our partnerships, and advances American interests. But we're operating in an ever more competitive world. China, Russia, and other adversaries are eager to exploit confusion and claim influence they did not earn. That's why our foreign assistance must be tied to our national interest. It should promote stability, strengthen partners, and clearly reflect who provided it. My amendment and this bill do something simple and sensible. It requires tangible items provided through U.S. foreign assistance, equipment, vehicles, food, aid, medical supplies to clearly display the American flag. American assistance should never arrive anonymously. If American taxpayers paid for it, the American people should get the credit. Recipients should know this aid came from the United States, not from China, not from Russia, and not from anyone else trying to expand their influence at our expense. The American flag stands for freedom, hope, and opportunity. When American aid reaches those in need, that should be unmistakable. Let's make sure American leadership is visible, recognized, and never mistaken for someone else's. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7633 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Would you like a recorded vote?
May I request a recorded vote on this?
Yes, you may. Representative Kim, a roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 971, condemning the coercive actions of the People's Republic of China against Japan in response to statements regarding Taiwan and reaffirming the United States' commitment to its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 971, condemning the coercive actions of the People's Republic of China against Japan in response to statements regarding Taiwan and reaffirming the United States' commitment to its allies in the Indo-Pacific region.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Kim amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated in advance to members shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. Now I recognize myself for a statement. I want to thank my colleague, Chairwoman Kim, for leading this resolution ahead of the Japanese Prime Minister's visit to D.C. This resolution condemns the Chinese Communist Party's campaign of economic coercion and diplomatic intimidation against Japan, a close ally and cornerstone of stability in the Indo-Pacific. Japan's Prime Minister was simply stating the truth, that peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait matters to the international community. China's response was to threaten, pressure, and punish. This is a pattern we have seen before and one we cannot allow to be normalized. When Beijing retaliates against allies for speaking plainly about Taiwan, it is testing the resolve of the entire alliance system the United States has built. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and send a clear signal to Beijing that the United States stands with Japan and stands with every nation in the region that refuses to be bullied into silence. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I strongly support the United States-Japan alliance and stand with Japan in the face of Beijing's irresponsible and coercive actions. After the Japanese Prime Minister made remarks regarding Taiwan in November, Beijing engaged in a campaign of economic, military, and diplomatic bullying against our ally. This included dangerous military maneuvers, diplomatic threats, and punitive economic measures meant to intimidate Japan into adhering to Beijing's wishes on Taiwan policy. I was deeply troubled that this administration was slow to come to Japanese defense publicly. When one of our treaty allies is coerced in or threatened, we should not be taking a back seat. So I'm glad that through this resolution by Representative Young Kim and Barrett, Congress can demonstrate our bipartisan support for Japan and our unified rejection of Beijing's coercion. I'm also glad to say that Beijing's coercion has backfired. Instead of bending to Beijing's whim, Prime Minister Takeshi and the Japanese government have emerged with an even stronger mandate and plan to bolster Japan's defense. I'm satisfied with that, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. I strongly support House Resolution 971, which condemns the People's Republic of China's coercive actions against Japan and reaffirms the United States' ironclad commitment to one of our most vital treaty allies. Since World War II, the U.S.-Japan alliance has been the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. This partnership, which is forged in the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security, has allowed Japan to flourish as a democratic nation and served as an anchor for the entire region. This relationship goes deeper than security. Japan is the largest foreign investor in the United States and one of our top trading partners, supporting hundreds of thousands of American jobs. Our alliance is not just strategic, it is economic, and it is essential. Today, that alliance is being tested. The Chinese Communist Party, through coercion, illegitimate territorial claims, and attempts to alter the status quo by force, is directly threatening Japan's sovereignty and security. Japan has responded not with provocation, but with principled, measured leadership. In November 2025, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi stated before the Japanese Diet that a Chinese military action or blockade against Taiwan, end quote, could become a survivor-threatening situation, end quote, for Japan. This is a sober assessment given Japan's geographic proximity, its dependence on open sea lanes, and its national security interests in cross-strait stability. Rather than engage diplomatically, Beijing retaliated with alarming aggression. China escalated military provocations near the Senkaku Islands and in international airspace. It imposed rare earth export restrictions, enacted travel bans, and pursued cultural cancellations. Most shockingly, one Chinese consul general publicly threatened to cut off Prime Minister Takaichi's filthy neck for her words. This is not the behavior of a responsible power. It is intimidation. This resolution condemns these coercive measures in the strongest terms. It demands that China cease the military provocations, economic pressure, and diplomatic intimidation that is directed at Japan. It reaffirms the U.S.-Japan alliance and supports Japan's sovereign right to speak freely about threats to its own national security. The ANS to this bill clarifies that the contested waters of the Senkaku Islands are administered by Japan, which the United States has consistently acknowledged since 1972. It also includes details on one of the latest coercive actions by the PRC, which was to prohibit exports of dual-use items to 20 Japanese companies. President Trump and Prime Minister Takaichi just held a successful summit at the White House last week, which further solidified the U.S.-Japan alliance. This resolution sends a very clear, unified message from the United States Congress. We stand with Japan. We honor our alliance, and we will not allow coercion to silence our friends or destabilize the Indo-Pacific. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Yes. Representative Barra.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks. I'd like to speak in support of H.Res. 971, condemning the coercive actions of the People's Republic of China against Japan in response to statements regarding Taiwan, and reaffirming the United States' commitment to its allies in the Indo-Pacific region. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Chairwoman Young Kim, for introducing this resolution with me, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan resolution. On November 7th, 2025, Prime Minister Takaichi made comments before the Japanese Diet that if the PRC was to use battleships against Taiwan or engage in a naval blockade of Taiwan involving the use of force, it could constitute a survival-threatening situation for Japan. According to Japan's Peace and Security Legislation 2015, Japan can exercise collective self-defense if an armed attack on another country in a close relationship with Japan threatens Japan's survival. While the remarks made by Prime Minister Takaichi are entirely justified and reflect the sovereign right of nations to speak on regional concerns, the PRC has responded with both economic and military coercion. The PRC issued a travel advisory urging Chinese citizens to avoid traveling to Japan, citing alleged security concerns, and major Chinese airlines offered full refunds and free changes for Japan-bound flights, resulting in an estimated $1.2 billion loss to Japan's tourism sector. The PRC also escalated tensions by dispatching fighter aircraft and bombers into airspace near Okinawa and sent a Chinese Coast Guard fleet to conduct patrols in the contested waters surrounding the Senkaku Islands. China also imposed a complete ban on Japanese seafood imports, and in February announced it would prohibit the export of dual-use items to 20 Japanese firms. These actions are just the latest and clear and persistent pattern of Beijing employing economic coercion and military tactics to suppress narratives it deems unfavorable. This resolution condemns the coercive actions taken by the People's Republic of China against Japan in response to Prime Minister Takaichi's statements regarding Taiwan, reaffirms the ironclad commitment of the United States and its alliance with Japan, supports the sovereignty of the government of Japan to express views on matters of regional and international concern without fear of economic or military coercion, commends the government of Japan for its commitment to peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, calls upon the PRC to cease its coercive actions against Japan and engage in constructive dialogue on matters of regional concern, and commits to strengthening U.S. cooperation with Japan and other regional partners to deter aggression and maintain stability in the Indo-Pacific region. H.Res. 971 sends a strong signal to Japan and the PRC that the United States stands by our allies in the face of economic coercion. I encourage all my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee reports H.Res. 971 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1744, the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1744, to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2028.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point, and I recognize myself for a few minutes to speak on this bill. I want to thank Congressman Chris Smith for leading this bill, as well as Congressman Sherman, the minority co-lead. This bill reauthorizes the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USCIRF, as many call it, for 2 years until September 30, 2028. It is in our DNA to stand for religious freedom and against religious persecution, no matter where it occurs. And we should be proud of the work USCIRF does to protect religious freedom throughout the globe, but we still need to have oversight on its programs. Ever since USCIRF was created in 1998, regular authorizations have given this committee the chance to review its work and reform its operations instead of putting taxpayer spending on autopilot. This bill reinforces these reviews, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this bill to reauthorize the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USCIRF, through fiscal year 2028. Since its establishment 28 years ago, USCIRF has served as an independent, bipartisan watchdog monitoring conditions on the ground and providing policy recommendations to Congress and the administration. Its work reinforces the principles reflected in Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and helps ensure that our advocacy for religious freedom is consistent, credible, and universal. True religious liberty cannot mean protection for only a favored few. Selective advocacy undermines both the legitimacy and the effectiveness of our efforts. A consistent defense of freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and belief or non-belief strengthens our voice globally and advances global stability, security, and prosperity. When individuals are free to follow their conscience, they are better able to speak freely, assemble peacefully, and participate fully in civic life. When government suppresses religious belief, broader repression often follows. In many parts of the world, severe restrictions on religion are an early warning sign of authoritarian consolidation and instability. And it's for these reasons we need to reauthorize this commission so they can continue to do their good work. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Chairman.
Representative Smith.
Thank you.
The author.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing this bill to the committee and then to the floor. Thank you for your strong support for it, and I thank Mr. Meeks as well, the ranking member. This is one of those issues that we truly rally around. The commission itself is made up of 9 members picked by the leadership of the House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, and the president, and it has proven to be an extraordinarily valuable tool. They put out a report every year, country by country analysis on religious freedom or the lack thereof. And when they do it, the State Department Office of Religious Freedom listens. It provides them a guide. It helps us in a very, very real way to know what's happening. I always encourage members when they travel to any country, read the narrative on the country you're traveling to and get a really good insight as to what that country's leadership is doing, either on the repressive side or in terms of promoting and the flourishing of religious freedom. This is a 2-year reauthorization. We do have an amendment that will add a couple of months to it for technical reasons, and I think that will help the bill. And I just would point out that I often, and I've chaired more than 50 hearings on religious freedom, way more than 50 over the years. We just had Joe Biden's top pick, who is still on the commission, testified 2 weeks ago on an issue with regards to the R20 and the hope that we'll have a religious freedom component to that when it's held in the United States and follow up to what happened in Indonesia. And it was a tremendous hearing, but he provided, again, some great insights. I am the author of the Frank Wolf International Religious Freedom Act reauthorization, and we added entities of particular concern, and again, not just countries, but entities. And again, the Freedom Report includes all of that, and they take it to the next level. They do it in a scholarly fashion, and it makes all the difference in the world. I want to note out there in the last tier of the is Doug Anderson. Doug Anderson was our general counsel, and when we did the original 1998 International Religious Freedom, and it was a hard bill to get passed. I held all the hearings on it. Frank Wolf was brilliant in promoting that tremendous bill, but Doug, thank you for your great work. It was just extraordinary. Today we have as Vicki Hartzler, our former colleague, as the head of the commission. She's doing a stellar job, very smart, very effective, very informed, and knows how to get it done. So I just can't tell you how grateful I am for the work that USERF has done, the acronym, of course, for the Religious Freedom Commissions. And I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time that just adds those extra couple of months to it.
We'll let the discussion continue, and then we'll get to the amendments in a moment. Are you yielding back?
I yield back.
Very good. Is there any further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I support this bill, and I thank Representative Smith for his efforts regarding religious freedoms across the globe. That said, as we discuss USERF, an independent agency that monitors religious freedom worldwide and advises the government on policy actions to protect this fundamental right, I would be remiss if I did not mention the hypocrisy of my colleagues who perpetuate this type of vile degradation at home. If we have open and freedom of religion abroad, we should also be more tolerant at home. This administration holds itself up as a defender of religious freedom, yet openly embraces Christian nationalism. This administration, led by the president, has a long history of anti-Muslim rhetoric, and more dangerously, anti-Muslim policies. He called for, and let me share with you on this board, he has called for total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States during his first presidential campaign. And a version of his quote-unquote Muslim ban, close quote, remains in effect. He says, quote, "I think Islam hates us." Trump presides over a party remade in his image. His allies in this very Congress are embracing Islamophobia and trampling on our constitutional right to do a separation of church and states. Several Republican politicians have made horrifying statements in recent months, and they are going unchecked, unchallenged, and not corrected. Their moral depravity is on full display when they say things like, and I've spared our colleagues what I consider the personal embarrassment of putting their names beside these statements. The enemy is made inside the gates. This was said in New York. How many Americans have to get Allahu Akbar before we get to realize Islam is a problem? Muslims do not belong in our American society. Texans shouldn't go to the mall and feel like they're in Pakistan. Mass Islamic migration is killing the America as we know. We need more Islamophobia, not less. These are statements that our colleagues have said that go unchecked. Sadly, I could go on, but I must say plainly, Americans who practice Islam are just as American as anyone else. The world needs leadership rooted in shared humanity, and I implore my colleagues to call out this hate for what it is and when they see it. All people of all faiths who make up the diverse tapestry of our nation deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. We must strongly condemn Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, Christian nationalism, and all religious bigotry. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Fine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few comments. I think I'd start with saying that in a time where religious practice is under threat around the world, I think a commission like this is even more important. To give you a sense of just a few examples, in Nigeria, Christians have been persecuted by Muslims and been forced to stop, in many cases, practicing their religion. In the UK, just a couple of days ago, Jews were also attacked for practicing their religion by the same group. And I would talk about, we want to hear about, the concerns about Islamophobia, which I'll get to in a minute, but I just want to give you some examples of why this is important. In Saudi Arabia, the public practice of any religion other than Islam is illegal. In Maldives, the constitution establishes Islam as the state religion, and only Muslims can be citizens. In Yemen, public practice of non-Islamic religions is banned. In Somalia, the provisional constitution and societal norms only recognize Islam. And I could give many, many, many other examples of that, where there are very few Muslim majority countries in this world that allow open practice of other religions other than Islam. And it is why I have said that I object to the term Islamophobia. It is interesting that we live in a world where racism means you're against a race. And that is a bad thing. It is. Sexism is when you're against a sex, and that is a bad thing. Anti-Semitism is when you're against Jews. That is a bad thing. I could give 10 other examples. But why, when crafting language, would the word dealing with Islam not be anti-Islam or anti-Muslim or some other word? Why use the word Islamophobia? There's nothing when you deconstruct that word. I'm a student of language. There's nothing when you deconstruct that word that is about being anti-anything. The word deconstructed is Islam and phobia, Islam and fear, irrational fear, it is pointed out. And the reason the word is objectionable is because it attempts to conflate something that we should all oppose, which is discrimination, with something none of us should oppose, which is questioning and criticism and asking questions. And I believe this word was constructed in order to conflate this stopping of discrimination with stopping the questioning, to say that it is discrimination to ask questions, to say that it is discrimination to live in fear. Now, since the conflict in Iran started, we have had 4 terrorist attacks in this country. 4, all practiced by one religion in 4 separate states by 5 Americans using 3 guns, 2 bombs, 1 truck, yet all screaming the same prayer. And I would point out that the practitioners who went into the largest Reform synagogue in the United States and tried to blow it up, they were trying to get in the way of religious freedom. The ones who threw bombs in New York were trying to get in the way of freedom of assembly. The ones who shot people in Texas were trying to create fear. And so we cannot allow, whether it is this commission or in other times, legitimate questions and legitimate concerns to be conflated with discrimination. We do have religious discrimination problems in this world. They are real, but we have to talk about them no matter how uncomfortable it makes us. I have said it before, and I have said it again. Fear of Islam is rational. That is why Islamophobia does not exist. If they want to craft another word to come up with discrimination, I will fully embrace that. But as long as that word is used to conflate legitimate criticism with discrimination, I think there's a moral bankruptcy that we all have to deal with. This commission is important not just for the U.S. and around the world. I'm glad this bill is being brought forward, and I look forward to supporting it today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk.
He's already been recognized. There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Smith. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1744, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say thank you for working with us to extend by just a few months, but it's an important few months to this reauthorization. You put together a roundtable with Vicki Hartzler, and other members of the commission, and part of the concern that they expressed was their inability to pay some staffers in the second year of the authorization. certain benefits, and this helps to alleviate some of that pressure, so I deeply appreciate that. I also would say to my very distinguished colleague, Mr. Jackson, and I understand we do get along very well on all these religious freedom issues, but I have to tell you that I differentiate very profoundly, a bright line of demarcation between radical jihadists and non-jihadist Muslims. I remember being in Sarajevo and got to know the top Muslim cleric for that region, Rais Suric. He was an absolute man dedicated to God and family and to his fellow Muslims. And he was very concerned about the Wahhabism that was making its way into his country. All radical, kill the infidel, and of course take more moderate Muslims and coerce them into a radical mindset. I believe that Hamas commits child abuse on an order that is unthinkable, not just what they do to kill people, Jews and Christians. October 7th was a further manifestation of that. But they also commit child abuse against Palestinians. They turn little kids into child soldiers filled to overflowing with hate. And that is child abuse. The Palestinian children deserve better. I've read the Hamas Charter several times. I read it on the floor of the House during one of our debates, parts of it. And it is filled to overflowing with kill, kill, kill. One of my favorite way back when I was a kid was South Pacific. And there's a song in that where you've got to be taught. And you've got to be taught to hate. You've got to be taught to be prejudiced. And that's exactly what these radical jihadists do. That's what Boko Haram does. When they hijack kids, where they kidnap children, as they did with the Chibok girls and others, right away they begin this very aggressive effort to turn them into radical Islamists. They do it with Christians, although lesser, they did it with Muslims as well. We got to say the Muslim faith is one of the great faiths of the world. Protect it and protect it. So I'm against jihadists. I'm not against the Muslims, and we need to be very, very clear. There's that line, like I said, of demarcation between the two. So I was in a number of places in Nigeria, and I've been pushing, and finally we got CPC designation there from President Trump. I was shocked that President Biden reversed it without any real criteria. But when I would meet with imams in Nigeria, I met with a lot of Christian leaders as well, they would tell me that if they speak out, they will be killed. That there will be the radical element that will visit them and their mosque and blow them up or kill them. So they normally pretty much stay silent to avoid that terrible outcome. We need to be behind them. They are co-religionists in a sense, in that they're people of the book, and we need to be far more. I think we need to discern better that we're not against Islam. We're against radical Islam, because they are a threat, not only in this country, but above all in the Middle East and parts of Africa. So I do hope that members can vote for the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman, the balance of my time.
Very good. I support this amendment. I want to thank Congressman Smith for working on it with me. It extends USCIRF's authorization for 3 more months from September 28 to December of 28. In other words, from the end of the fiscal year to the end of the calendar year. It is a small change, but one that makes sense. A longer authorization will help the Commission carry out its work more effectively, while also giving the next Congress the opportunity to take up their own reauthorization of this legislation. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this amendment that extends the authorization of USCIRF. Protecting religious freedom abroad advances our values and interests. It promotes stability, pluralism, and respect for fundamental rights. But let me also say, I'm against hate. And I'm against radicalism in any religion. And I don't point out radicalism in just one, because every religion has some radicals in them. That's hate. And I oppose hate. You should not point someone out. If you hate somebody because they believe in a certain religion, let's wipe that out. That's what we've got to get rid of in our society. People look at somebody and they blame the religion as opposed to the individuals that are committing the crime. We can show at every level where somebody from some different religion committed a hate act. That's bad, and we got to stop that. But to say that we want to just point out one religion as opposed to other, that's bad also. Because you're saying and trying to group people, put a religion in a particular perspective. Religion is a way of life for everyone. And we should respect a person in the religion in which they believe in. And we should call out, all of us, if somebody hates or is anti-Semitic or someone hates people because they're Jewish, call it out. If they hate them because they're Muslim, call it out. If they hate it because they're Christian, call them out. If they hate you because of your ethnicity, call it out. We've got to get this poison out of not only the system here, but around the world. Because in the end, we are all human beings. We all share this earth. We all need to respect one another. Respect is what this is all about. And we can learn from one another because each religion has great history. It teaches us how to live. And we should live together, not use and find something that separates us. So this is why I support this bill, because the language in it brings us together and calls it out around the world. And the United States is still in the world. We've got to call it out here. We've got to call it out anywhere. So I support this bill. I'm against hate. And I will stand up against anybody who hates someone because of the religion that they believe, the color of their skin, the way they speak, or anything of that sort. I support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Ranking member yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. I will have some comments on that, but I think I'll reserve them for a later amendment, later bill, later amendment. In that, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Smith. All those, and I agree with this amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none. Being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1744 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3477, Chip Security Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3447, to require the Secretary of Commerce to issue standards with respect to chip security mechanisms for integrated circuit products and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Huizenga Amendment, in the nature of a substitute, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself for a few minutes to speak about the Chip Security Act. I want to thank Representative Huizenga for leading this essential legislation to prevent China from getting its hands on our Blackwell AI chips, as an example. We saw the importance of this legislation last week with the Department of Justice announcing charges against the co-founder and executive of AI server company, Supermicro, for leading an effort to smuggle $2.5 billion in AI chips to where, everybody could guess it, China. No surprise there. This is probably the biggest violation of export controls in U.S. history. We're continually talking about Chinese espionage, Chinese theft, Chinese diversion. Over and over and over again. We can't allow this to happen. This bill requires the Department of Commerce to establish chip security mechanisms on advanced chips we export abroad to help U.S. monitor our most sensitive technology actually goes where it's supposed to go. Put simply, if we're going to export advanced AI chips, we need confidence they don't end up in the hands of the Chinese military which I have very, very serious concerns about happening. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation, this very common sense piece of legislation that is related to winning the AI arms race. It's not about having the best video game systems. AI, advanced AI chips, absolutely drive everything we see taking place on the battlefields right now in Iran, between Russia and Ukraine. They drive what takes place with decision-making on how nuclear weapons operate, who strikes first, who strikes last, who strikes when, who decides first, who decides last, who has more power to compute, who has less power to compute, whose AI can work to make their AI better faster, whose can't. For us to give China any capability, any inroad, any advantage in this whatsoever is nonsensical. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation about winning the AI arms race. And I now ask, is there any further discussion on the bill? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support the bipartisan INS and want to thank Chairman Mast and Rep. Huizenga for working with us to reach a compromise on this provision. Rampant chip smuggling is undermining the United States' national security and our ability to win the AI race. Just last week in New York, 3 people were charged for attempting to smuggle $2.5 billion in AI chips to China. This bill would boost the ability for the United States to detect when diversion occurs, thereby helping companies improve compliance and the government improve enforcement. The negotiated bill would ensure that the chip security mechanisms that the Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, mandates is informed by technical studies, impact assessments, and rigorous stakeholder engagement. Commerce will now first have to conduct a study and submit a report to Congress on its findings. As this bill will impact commerce in the billions of dollars and regulate an industry that is critical to the United States technology leadership, it is crucial that the administration gets it right. Frankly, I don't have faith that the Trump BIS is up for the job, and that is why I insisted that a study must precede regulations. Despite the changes we have secured, I know that the U.S. industry continues to have concerns and questions about this bill. So I urge the sponsors to continue to refine the bill after the markup. First, we should make sure that a year is sufficient time to get this right. Second, the agencies with expertise on technology studies and standards should be included in this process. That means the National Institute of Standards and Technology should be involved in the study. Third, if the study outlines any challenges or vulnerabilities with particular chip security mechanisms, BIS needs to address those concerns in its regulations. And finally, to acknowledge the contradiction, we are voting on a bill to address PRC chip smuggling while the president is selling advanced H200 chips directly to China right now. So what's the point of cracking down on smuggling if the president is going to sell chips to DeepSeek and other PRC AI companies anyway? While this bill needs a little more work, I am willing to support this bill, and I respect Mr. Huizenga and the work that he's done in this area, and I think that we work together, and we have worked, and I thank him for that as we move forward. And with that, I give back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? Representative Huizenga.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, and to the ranking member. I too appreciate your willingness to work with us to find some of these solutions. And I just want to urge all my colleagues to vote in support of this, which is a strong step towards putting an end to the rampant smuggling of our crown jewel technologies. Both of you have noted, both the chairman and ranking member have noted the fact that we have seen $2.5 billion in chip smuggling just to be uncovered or at least revealed publicly over the last week. As the ranking member talked about, DOJ charged 3 people. Well, let's be specific about who those 3 people were. It was 1 Chinese national and 2 U.S. citizens that conspired to smuggle millions of dollars worth of export-controlled chips to China through an illegal shipment scheme in Thailand. In fact, multiple investigations, reports, testimonies show that there is an unaddressed problem with the diversion of advanced chips, despite some in the industry and leading voices in the industry claiming that they're not aware of any smuggling. There's no gambling here, sir, I believe is the old quote from Casablanca. I'll explain that to the younger staff at some point later on, but good movie, says Mr. Zinke. But don't take it from me. Cybercom Commander Joshua Rudd stated this year that, quote, China is aggressively seeking to acquire advanced AI chips to accelerate its development of AI-enhanced weapons, close quote. BIS Undersecretary Jeff Kessler said last year that he worries that the smuggling efforts we do see is, quote, just the tip of the iceberg. And BIS Assistant Secretary for Export Enforcement David Peters testified last month that chip smuggling is, quote, among our top enforcement priorities, close quote. Well, let's make sure it is. And I know the House of Representatives attempted to give BIS additional resources and during our appropriations process, and unfortunately the Senate took that out. Time to reverse that as well. Well, the Chip Security Act would work towards putting a stop to this theft. The Chip Security Act enhances protections on AI chip exports by scaling up best security practices and encouraging innovative technologies. This bill directly supports the Trump administration's AI Action Plan recommendations and benefits from both administration technical assistance and industry feedback, as we did not write this in a vacuum. Moreover, the bill takes a light touch, allowing many existing secure business practices to qualify as chip security mechanisms. It does not mandate any one solution or any specific way of doing this. Instead, it gives the administration and industry maximum flexibility. And I want to be clear about something, Mr. Chairman, about some information that, misinformation that's been circulating on social media. I'm sure that's shocking everybody that everything on Twitter and on social media may not be true. Contrary to what some of that misinformation that's been circulating is, this bill explicitly rejects putting so-called kill switches into our chips or into any chips. Additionally, the rule of construction ensures that the required chip security mechanisms do not affect the functionality of advanced chips. So I want to thank my colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, for their co-sponsoring of this bill. I want to again thank the chairman and his steadfast encouragement and support, and the ranking member for working towards a bipartisan A&S on this, as well as the many numerous advocacy organizations that support this measure in helping block foreign adversaries from smuggling American technology. And I do have to acknowledge, not all of them have the ability to be very public about it. There's a lot of intertwined business connectivity in this industry. But I can tell you with clarity and certainty that vast swaths of the industry know that this needs to happen. They know it, Mr. Chairman. We know it. And frankly, the Chinese are afraid of this. So in short, this bill will protect our technology while minimizing impact on industry. With the Chip Security Act, we can be confident that DeepSeek can never again use the black market to get AI chips that it needs to stay competitive with our great American innovators. We cannot afford to wait. And with that, I yield back.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3447 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice I now call up H.R. 7669, the Rejecting the Erasure of Afghan Women's and Girls Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7669, to require a report that describes the current restrictions imposed by the Taliban on women and girls in Afghanistan since August of 2021. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Kamlaver-Dove amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself for a statement. It has been more than 4 years since President Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And each day that goes by has meant more and more suffering for Afghan women and girls. This bill is one step in continuing to hold the Taliban accountable for their barbaric cruelty against women and girls, which, to go back to a debate that was taking place previously about Muslims on Representative Chris Smith's USURF bill, the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act, what we talk about with the Taliban is absolutely tied to their religion. No question about it. The treatment of women and girls in their country, forcing them to entirely cover themselves, not work, not get an education, 100% tied to religion. This bill is one step in continuing to hold the Taliban accountable for that barbaric cruelty against women and girls. It requires the State Department to submit a report to HFAC and SFRC on the restrictions the Taliban has placed on women and girls since the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. It also requires the State Department to determine whether these restrictions amount to crimes against humanity, torture, or a gross violation of human rights as defined in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. I support this bill, and I will ask, do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support Representative Kamlager-Dove's A&S and the amendments to it. As the ranking member of the South and Central Asia Subcommittee, she has worked tirelessly to ensure that we do not forget our Afghan allies or the women and girls and other vulnerable groups who have seen the steady erosion of their rights and their basic place in society since the Taliban's brutal takeover. The Taliban have already driven women and girls from schools and public places. In January, the Taliban published a new penal code that recognizes slavery and legitimizes violence against women. The world marked International Women's Day earlier this month, and I hope we will come together in a bipartisan way to show that human rights is still a critical part of our Afghanistan policy. Let us affirm that there are still areas of consensus on our Afghanistan policy today, and we cannot ignore the Taliban's abysmal treatment of women and girls. And let me also say, I heard the chairman say the Taliban, we just talked about them, but that's not their religion. If they're Muslims, the Ku Klux Klan right here, Christianity was part of their religion. Again, hate on both sides. If you're hating someone or doing it, no matter what your religion, if your religion is Muslim and you are a terrorist, we don't like that. And if your religion is a Christian and you're a terrorist, as the Ku Klux Klan was, we don't like that. So I want to make sure that we support, everyone supports, Rep. Kamlager-Dove's bill and her amendments. And with that, I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my Democrat colleague for bringing this important bill forward today. We can all agree, I think, that the Taliban is an evil, brutal regime whose treatment of women and girls is despicable. We've talked about it, but they've implemented restrictions that don't let women or girls go to school beyond the age of 12. They cannot go to university. They cannot even leave their house without a male chaperone. But it is important to note that these horrific things that are done to women and girls are being done in the name of religion. This is why they do that. The Taliban believes they are called by their faith to treat women this way. And while that does not mean that all Muslims want to treat women and girls this way, we must also say that some do. And the difference between them and the Ku Klux Klan is the Ku Klux Klan ain't in power anywhere. These people are. And they not only seek that, but this is exactly what we've seen for 47 years in Iran. The same treatment of women. Women being killed because they will not cover themselves in the name of religion. Now, this legislation prevents these women from being forgotten and their treatment being accepted, as was allowed to the women of Iran. It ensures the State Department reports the Taliban's restriction, gives Congress the information it needs to take further action to protect the women and girls of Afghanistan. We must be comfortable calling evil by its name and acting in your faith to oppress women and girls is evil, and it is not wrong to say that. If we don't, there will be more Afghanistans, there will be more Irans, because make no mistake, the people who are doing it in Afghanistan don't just want to do it in Afghanistan, they want to do it to every woman and girl that lives in the entire world. And we need to stand up for it, and we need to stand up for our women and girls no matter where they are. I appreciate this bill. I'm excited to support it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Huizenga.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I just simply wanted to congratulate the representative and support this. Appreciate her discussion and leadership on this, and I have my full support.
I was looking your way, but I didn't see you.
Didn't know if any, I was trying to be chivalrous, but I'll use my,
You're
I know,
chivalrous.
chivalrous. It's been a long day. But
Fair
I'm
enough.
ready to speak on the bill, sir, Mr. Chair.
Would you like?
Yes, I would.
Very good.
Thank you. If there is one thing this committee should agree on, it is that the Taliban are egregious human rights abusers, and no one has suffered more under Taliban rule than Afghan women and girls who face greater restrictions on their humanity and autonomy than anywhere else on the planet. In 2024, the Taliban issued an edict formally stripping Afghan women of nearly every right they are entitled to as human beings: education, employment, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and freedom of religion. They even criminalized women's voices and faces. Then in January of this year, the Taliban issued a draconian criminal code to enforce this dehumanization, including stronger penalties for beating an animal than for beating a woman. It might sound like something out of a fiction novel, but it is anything but theoretical. There are Afghan girls in the room today who have lived under Taliban rule. They risked their lives to escape, and now, thanks to the nonprofit Afghan Scout Relief Fund, are pursuing the education they were denied in Afghanistan here in the United States. We cannot allow this outrageous Taliban repression to go unanswered, and we cannot abandon Afghan women as their humanity and their existence is under attack. My bill, the Rejecting the Erasure of Afghan and Women and Girls Act, is a forceful message to the Taliban that Congress will not back down in our support for Afghan women. Women who want nothing more than to go to school, to read, to dress how they want, to say what they want, and to make their own decisions about their future. My bill requires the State Department to document Taliban abuses against women and girls and determine whether those conditions constitute torture, crimes against humanity, or a gross violation of human rights. I also have 2 amendments I worked with the chairman to finalize that are the strongest rebuke yet of Taliban repression. Together, these provisions signal our refusal to ignore the suffering of Afghan women under the Taliban regime. I know some of my colleagues have put their lives on the line to fight the Taliban's tyranny. And yesterday, in a discussion about war, the chairman said that this is personal. Well, this issue is personal for so many of our vets whose lives were saved because of Afghan women. They have seen up close what the Taliban are capable of and the terror that Afghan women are living every day. I hope my bill will allow this committee to speak forcefully against the regime and its treatment of Afghan women. I am grateful to the chair and the ranking member for bringing my bill to markup, and to my subcommittee chair, Rep. Huizinga, for his continued principled leadership and co-sponsorship of my legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to get behind these women and girls, as was said earlier about another bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kamlager-Dove. I'm going to just take a point of privilege here. We do have 3 young ladies from Afghanistan who are here studying in the United States of America, being sponsored to study here. I don't want to do the injustice to your names that I would do if I tried to pronounce them. So I'm actually going to let you step up to that microphone right there and introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Humaira Jaya, and I live in Massachusetts right now.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Zahra Murtazawi.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Taiba Haidari, and I live in New York.
Thank you for introducing yourselves to us. We deal with a lot of black ink on white paper, and it's important for all of us to be able to realize the human element of it that we don't always see inside of the confines of this room. So your presence here matters. The presence of others here matters. It's why it's so important, the travels that we undertake to truly witness the human element of everything that we deal with here bipartisanly. So thank you for your presence here today. Is there any further discussion? Representative Issa and then Representative Stanton after that.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief because I'm going to be supporting the bill, but I want to expand the conversation just slightly. You have 3 young women here who are here, but the amount of people, including a great many women who helped us in Afghanistan, who were in the process and in many cases approved to come here, find themselves in places, including in Iran. Many of these people fled Afghanistan, they're eligible, but everything's been put on hold. And I think it's one of the important things, Mr. Chairman, for this committee to follow up on with the State Department and with the administration is to get an unhold on people who have gone through the process and now find themselves trapped. And I particularly am aware of a number of them that find themselves trapped in Iran, of all places, because they sought refuge there, and it isn't much better, as you know, but they can't get here even though they have done the right thing by the process. So I appreciate the gentlelady bringing up this point. I just wanted to expand it so that the committee continues to work toward as much relief as we can provide in the post-Afghanistan conflict era. And I thank the chairman and yield back.
Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove, for leading on this very important bill in support of Afghan women and girls, including the young ladies who just introduced themselves before this committee. H.R. 7669 requires the Department of State to submit a report to Congress describing the current conditions imposed by the Taliban on Afghan women and girls since August 2021, and a determination as to whether such restrictions are crimes against humanity and violate international law. Since 2021, the Taliban has tightened its oppressive hold over the Afghan people. Entire families remain displaced. Girls are barred from schools, women barred from universities, most jobs and public spaces like parks, gyms, sports clubs. This means that almost half the population is not allowed to contribute to civic life or the economy in measurable ways. The suffering of Afghan women and girls are experiencing is serious and deserves our utmost attention and condemnation. Additionally, the Hazara, a long persecuted ethnic minority that accounts for nearly 20% of Afghanistan's population, have historically been targeted by the Taliban. A small Hazara community resides in my district, and I've had the privilege of hearing their stories. Several Hazara community members are now pursuing their academic degrees at Arizona State University. This legislation is a strong reminder that to the people of Afghanistan, including women and girls who bravely served alongside our troops for decades, remain in need of our support. This includes the fearless members of the Female Tactical Platoon, many of whom identify as Hazara. Many members of the Female Tactical Platoon who served alongside U.S. soldiers on elite missions are still awaiting permanent status in the United States. I bring their stories before the committee again and again to underscore the importance of congressional action to support them. Our obligation to our allies is immediate. We must pass the Afghan Adjustment Act, and we must loudly denounce the abuses suffered by women and girls and others that seek freedom from persecution in their home country. For Afghans rebuilding their lives in the United States, this is home. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 769, and I yield back.
Representative Zinke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do support the bill, but it should be recognized there's other evil. And I find it interesting that we had 53 members of this body that couldn't find their way to condemn evil in Iran. And just let me give you a quote from the Ayatollah Khomeini. Female prisoners who are virgins must be raped before execution to prevent them from going to heaven. If there's evil, that capitalizes it. That capitulates it. I can't think of a more evil statement than that. And I also would encourage our colleagues to do the right thing when it comes to Iran as well. I yield.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7669 offered by Ms. Kamlager-Dove of California. Redesignate Section 2 as Section 3. Insert after Section 1 the following. Section 2, Statement of Policy. It is the policy of the United States not to recognize the Taliban as the government of Afghanistan and to discourage other countries from so recognizing the Taliban, absent meaningful advancements in establishing guarantees of internationally recognized human rights in law and in practice, to include the education, employment, free movement, and free expression of women and girls in Afghanistan.
Representative is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for recognizing the Afghan women that are in the committee hearing room today and my colleagues for their remarks on the underlying bill. This amendment reiterates longstanding principled U.S. policy. The United States will not recognize the Taliban as the legitimate government of Afghanistan absent meaningful protections for Afghan women's human rights. For years, the Taliban has been seeking legitimacy from the international community and recently gained formal diplomatic recognition from Russia. This amendment would squarely reject the Taliban's efforts to masquerade as a legitimate government, which the subjugation of half their population shows to be a total farce. I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment and oppose the Taliban's efforts to whitewash their abuses. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment. The Taliban should never, ever be legitimized by anyone. It's a Muslim terror regime. It oppresses women. It silences opposition. It enforces a totalitarian ideology that persecutes the people of Afghanistan. No country should formally recognize what they call themselves. And I think it is important, particularly given some of the discussions we're having today. They call themselves not the United State of Afghanistan like we do in our country. They call themselves the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. They organize themselves as a religious, theocratic government inspired by a religion. Recognition of their Muslim terror government remains tied to conditions including human rights and the mitigation of terrorism, but I doubt the Taliban will ever make those changes because they believe religiously they cannot. They believe that the way they treat women and girls is morally justified. They're wrong, but that is what they believe. Instead, they're tightening their grip, creating new laws that oppress people even further. It's important that we prevent the Taliban and every Muslim terror regime in the world from reaching any legitimacy And it's our hope that the people of Afghanistan will ultimately rise up and rid themselves of this abhorrent regime and the religious ideology that it represents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Let's see here. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager-Dove. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment number 126 to H.R. 7669, offered by Ms. Kamlager-Dove of California. At the end, add the following. Section 3, Actions by the Secretary. The Secretary of State, in consultation with the heads of other relevant United States government agencies should, 1, support efforts to document and publicize Taliban abuses of internationally recognized human rights, and encourage international support for the education of Afghan women and girls.
Representative is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment urges the Secretary of State to publicize Taliban human rights abuses and to encourage international support for Afghan women's education. It recognizes that the United States has a critical role to play in rallying the international community to oppose the Taliban's treatment of Afghan women. I believe that the Secretary of State's leadership matters. The human rights violations he calls out matters. And if you believe that, and you believe Afghan women deserve a future, then I urge you to support my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager-Dove. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7669 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7058, the Foreign Adversary AI Risk Assessment and Diplomacy Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7058, to require
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any time, and I recognize myself for a statement on the bill. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Baumgartner, for leading this important legislation which ensures Congress has a clear understanding of the AI threats posed by China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Our committee has done crucial work to give the United States the advantage over our adversaries who are actively working to undermine America's AI dominance. Even more important than the work that this Congress has done has been the work of our companies, our entrepreneurs, those that put their own capital on the line, those engineers that go out there and create and develop frontier AI, the chips, the technology, the memory, everything that is a part of the stack of tech that allows all of this to take place. It is truly beyond incredible. In many ways, it's beyond imagination for many. And so I want to thank the people of the United States of America that have been a part of putting America at the forefront of this, even well beyond China. We want to make sure that we stay there. As we speak, they're using every tool at their disposal, China and others, to try and spy on Americans. They're using AI to, in a more advanced way, spy on Americans, to attack companies and governments millions of times a day, utilizing AI. The stakes could not be higher. We are in an AI arms race, and Congress needs to have the most up-to-date information on our adversaries' tactics against us. if we are to win. With that, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this measure by Rep. Baumgartner. Autocratic states like Russia and China are investing billions of dollars to develop AI and quantum capabilities. China, in particular, is likely to use these powerful technologies in ways that are contrary to the United States' interests and could harm U.S. national security. This bill requires the Secretary of State to assess the national security risk posed by foreign adversaries using generative AI for malicious purposes. This is a common sense requirement that should help keep Americans safe and ensure that AI is used in ways consistent with our values. It is worth mentioning that we need to safeguard Americans not just from adversaries' use of AI, but also the use and misuse of AI right here at home. Secretary Hegseth labeling Anthropic as a supply chain risk earlier this month was an unprecedented attack against a private American company, and one that is integral to our ability to win the AI race against China. DOD's unprecedented coercion of a leading American AI company over issues of mass surveillance and targeting and kinetic operation raises serious questions about whether there are enough guardrails and regulations in place to protect Americans from the use of AI right here in America. It would be a lot harder to address AI safely and risk internationally with this administration's neglecting those concerns here at home. The American people support innovation, but they do not want innovation that comes at the price of their safety, their privacy, and their livelihoods. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Baumgartner, the author.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by thanking you for holding a markup on this important piece of legislation and extend my appreciation, both you, Ranking Member Meeks, for your good efforts on this important subject. You know, what this bill does is require for the next 3 years a report on how our foreign adversaries are using AI, and there's many important questions embedded in that, both for members of Congress, but more generally for the American people. You know, this committee has done some good work. I read a lot about AI. I like to consider myself a generally intelligent person, and it's still unclear to me what is the extent of these capabilities, how will they be used, what will be manipulated, what will be generated, what weapon systems will come about. So there are many things that we need to know as we make key decisions over the next few years. But also, there are many questions the American people have. One of the few things that polls even lower than Congress in popularity is artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of well-founded concerns for the American people on the AI ecosystem and what supercomputers are doing. But we also need to understand these capabilities so we can build the knowledge and understanding needed for the American people to support potential countermeasures. When you look at things like popularity of data centers, well, what if those supercomputers are required to counter the threats from countries like China or North Korea if they were to do things like manipulate our elections or use autonomous weapons systems or other potentially problematic things? So this is a quickly evolving space. It's a space that has both great promise but also great challenge. And it is essential that both members of Congress understand how these tools are going to be used, but also more broadly the American people. So I'm very pleased to put my name on this important piece of legislation and work through the process, hopefully in a bipartisan fashion, to get its support. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7058 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I request a roll call vote?
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7653, the Biodense Diplomacy Enhancement Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7653, to enhance diplomatic engagement on international biotechnology.
Without
and
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for a statement on the bill. I want to thank Representative Self for introducing this important piece of legislation. It is unfathomable that in 2026 we are still living under the threat of biological warfare. We understand it, but we hate that it exists. Despite international condemnation, adversarial nations and non-state actors continue to pursue bioweapons programs that have the capability of producing unimaginable death and destruction, well beyond what we saw with COVID-19 and its weaponization against the world by China. President Trump has made ending this threat once and for all a top policy priority for the United States of America. It is absolutely essential that the State Department is equipped to deal with the strategic challenge that these weapons pose. This bill would give the State Department the tools it needs to enhance cooperation with our allies and partners on biodefense, biosecurity, and biotechnology. The legislation also enables the State Department to evaluate opportunities for expanded diplomatic cooperation to improve NATO's capabilities to research, develop, and deploy biotechnology for international security purposes. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back to any other members seek recognition. Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this measure. The United States must continue to work together to strengthen our capacity to identify, mitigate, and respond to biological weapon threats within NATO and alongside allies and partners around the world. And while advances in biotechnologies offer opportunities to increase U.S. and allied resilience against these threats, these advances also mean that we must continuously evaluate our capabilities and ensure we are appropriately postured to deter, detect, and respond where necessary. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? The author, Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my bill, the Biodense Diplomacy Enhancement Act, which aims to strengthen U.S. foreign policy efforts in the rapidly evolving areas of biodefense, biosecurity, and biotechnology. We are living in a time of newfound threats that were once considered unimaginable. State and non-state actors alike are utilizing weapons and technologies to enhance their ability to threaten the United States and our allies and partners. Bioweapons leverage harmful pathogens and biotoxins against humans, plants, and animals. These weapons can be used to inflict illness, death, fear, as well as economic and political crisis. Look, war is hell, bio-war would be worse. This bill would enhance U.S. diplomatic efforts to coordinate with allies and partners on efforts to prevent, react, attribute, and recover from a bioweapons attack. The bill also enables the State Department to evaluate potential areas of cooperation within NATO to utilize biotechnology for the purpose of defense, while ensuring adherence to the highest standards of safety and security when conducting research in the field. In December, the Subcommittee on Europe hosted a hearing on hybrid warfare. I'll provide just two brief takeaways from the hearing from the committee. First, our adversaries are willing to utilize hybrid tactics on both military and civilian targets, including those with little or no strategic value. General chaos, division, and destruction are key pillars of their strategy. Secondly, our adversaries wage hybrid war by covert means. They are prioritizing the development and deployment of tactics, technologies, and weapons that enable malign activities while avoiding direct attribution. Consequently, we must be prepared for the possibility that biological weapons could be part of this threat landscape. As this fifth generation of warfare takes shape, the State Department must continue to look over the horizon at the threats of the future. My bill does just that. It is essential that this committee recognizes the emerging threats posed by bioweapons and the need to strengthen our diplomatic areas in the field of biodefense, biosecurity, and biotechnology I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Self. It's a big discussion on this. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Baird.
you know, my membership on the Biotech Caucus and my seat at the House Committee on Space, Science, and Technology, I have prioritized biosecurity and biotech. This leads to my deep support for H.R. 7653, the Biodense Diplomacy Enhancement Act. This legislation will strengthen American and NATO's biodefense, biosurveillance, and biosecurity practices, all of which can lead and be tied back to safeguarding our communities from pandemics, potential attacks, or agroterrorism, and increasing the necessary international cooperation with NATO and other major allies ensures that the U.S. is better equipped to detect, respond to, and recover from biological incidents. Additionally, the State Department officials need to have a consistent directive to advocate for high standards of safety and security in biotechnology research. Risks of misuse, accidental release, or malicious activities may be mitigated with significant guardrails and safe practices when conducting research and the use of these developed technologies. These standards are significant for diplomacy and biological research abroad and prevent double standards with research domesticality. As export controls come to the forefront of Congress's national security focus, it is important for us to prevent dangerous dual-use biotechnology from being obtained by the adversaries, hostile states, or terrorist organizations. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I appreciate the debate on this. Still just tweaks me, irks me that China has never been held to account for COVID-19. I personally think that every country that's fallen into China's debt trap diplomacy should go out there and say any debt that China holds of them, they consider null and void, because they're never going to get a dollar, a yen, a pound sterling, a euro, or anything else for what China did to the world. So that's my personal take on it. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7653 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Do you request a roll call vote? A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6196, the Locally Led Development and Humanitarian Response Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6196 to authorize.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point, and I recognize the author for any statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to sponsor this legislation with my friend, Congresswoman Young Kim, which would make it easier to work with local organizations to implement foreign assistance. Years of research have shown that localized foreign aid is more efficient and effective. Some studies have found that local partners could increase cost effectiveness by 32%. Localized aid also leads to more sustainable outcomes so that countries can take ownership of development priorities and eventually be self-sufficient and not need foreign assistance at all. This bill would grant new authorities that will make it more efficient and less burdensome to work with local organizations. We have seen in so many contexts that the local organizations can deliver aid to populations much more easily and cheaply compared to our traditional partners. We saw this, for instance, with the emergency response rooms in Sudan. This bill also enhances oversight of the United States' efforts to work with local organizations and our foreign assistance dollars more generally. The language in this bill is exactly the same as what passed during last year's state authorization markup, so I urge my colleagues to support this bill once again. Thank you.
Representative yields back. I'll recognize myself for a moment to speak about this. I want to thank Representative Jacobs for introducing this important piece of legislation that brings accountability and common sense to how we deliver foreign assistance. This bill prioritizes locally led development by shifting resources and decision-making closer to the communities that we are trying to support. It focuses on building self-reliance, cutting through unnecessary bureaucracy, and making it easier for effective, on-the-ground partners to access U.S. assistance. Just as important, it requires clear exit strategies so these programs don't turn into open-ended commitments funded by the American taxpayers. At the end of the day, this is about making foreign aid more efficient, more accountable, more aligned with the United States' interest. I always tell people, I believe when we're looking at foreign aid, we need to ask, number one, what does the United States of America need from a country or a region? What is it that that country or region actually wants from the United States of America? And if we are assisting them, does the United States of America get what it needs? Or do we not get what we need? Because that has to be an important part of it. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. Is there any further discussion? Yes. Ranking Member Meeks.
I support Representative Jacobs' bill, which will help the United States deepen our foreign assistance partnerships with local organizations. Countless studies have shown that supporting local organization is a cost-effective means of increasing the impact of U.S. foreign assistance programming, leading to more sustainable and responsive outcomes. Despite this, the United States government has made insufficient progress furthering localization efforts. Prior to last year, only 10% of U.S. foreign assistance funding went to local organizations. The remaining funding went to large NGOs and other foreign entities that tend to be further removed from the communities they serve. We know that expanding locally led development and humanitarian assistance is not something that happens overnight. By putting the necessary pieces in place now, we can help set our assistance up for longer-term success and send the clear message that we stand firmly behind efforts to ensure local partners can drive programming and results for their own communities. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6196 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7632, the Shadow Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7632, to designate a coordinator for hybrid warfare accountability, require the Secretary...
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the self-amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself for a statement. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Self, for leading this important bipartisan piece of legislation. This bill recognizes a simple reality. Our adversaries are no longer confronting us solely on traditional battlefields. They are waging hybrid warfare, utilizing cyber attacks, economic coercion, sabotage, malign influence operations, and other gray zone tactics. This has been going on for some time to undermine the U.S. interest and to weaken transatlantic alliance. We've seen it in Russia, where they're using hybrid operations against Ukraine, or in China, where analysts have described Beijing's approach as a three-phase strategy. First, penetrating networks and institutions. Second, pre-positioning leverage through structural dependencies. And third, exerting pressure through economic, cyber, and information tools to influence governments. This bill ensures that we have a clear-eyed assessment of these threats. It establishes a coordinator for hybrid warfare accountability to align our diplomatic, interagency, and allied efforts. That means better information sharing, clearer attribution, coordinated responses, and stronger resilience across NATO. The legislation also requires a public report identifying Chinese entities that materially support Russia's defense industrial base and recommending appropriate export controls. If we are serious about protecting American interests abroad and deterring our adversaries, we need the clear structure and accountability that this bill provides. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this legislation. but would like to see additional changes as this bill moves forward in the legislative process. There are some strong aspects of this bill, like its reporting requirements on ties between China and the Russian defense industrial base. But there are important provisions that merit more precision. The definition of hybrid warfare, as drafted, would allow the unconfirmed coordinator to freelance into the work of the E Bureau, F Bureau, and T Bureau while sitting in the P Bureau. I think the broad mandate of this unconfirmed coordinator actually undermines the work that Chairman Mast has tried to do in establishing clear reporting lines and organizational structure at the State Department. I'll be offering an amendment that would help address some of these concerns, but for now, I'll just yield back the rest of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to lead my ANS to the Shadow Act, the Strategic Hybrid Activities, Defense, and Operations for the West Act. As we enter a new era of fifth-generation warfare, adversaries like Russia, the People's Republic of China, and Iran are actively undermining the United States and our allies. The battlefield has changed. This is not conventional war, it is hybrid warfare, and it is already underway. To be clear, we are at war, fifth-generation war, today. NATO defines hybrid warfare as the coordinated use of military and non-military covert and overt tools. Cyber attacks, economic coercion, weaponized mass migration, irregular forces, and conventional capabilities to blur the line between war and peace and destabilize societies. Russia and the PRC are applying this strategy across the DIME framework, diplomatic, informational, military, and economic pressure, to intimidate and weaken NATO member states. Since Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine, these hybrid operations have grown more aggressive, sophisticated, and persistent across Europe. As chairman of the Subcommittee on Europe, we have already had 2 hearings examining these threats. One focused specifically on hybrid warfare in Europe targeting U.S. interests, and another on the growing use of weaponized mass migration as a geopolitical tool. These hearings made clear that the tactics are not isolated incidents. They are coordinated strategies designed to destabilize our allies, strain democratic institutions, and test Western resolve. In the air, drone incursions over civilian airports and military bases, creating risks and chaos. NATO forces have shot down Russian drones violating Allied airspace. NATO F-35s have intercepted Russian fighters breaching Baltic airspace. These provocations raise tensions and increase the risk of miscalculation. On the ground, Russia's GRU is suspected of conducting sabotage, arson attacks, rail disruptions, severed undersea cables, and other covert actions. These are sowing deliberate chaos across our civilian society. Cyberspace, Russian counterattacks against NATO countries are increasing year over year. The PRC is deploying state-sponsored hacking groups, including Salt Typhoon, that we're all aware of. Let me be clear again, we are in a gray zone conflict, even though it has not been formally declared. The United States must continue leading alongside our NATO allies, but our partners must match the threat with real investment. They've committed to it, now we want them to follow through. This act, the Shadow Act, builds directly on the findings of our subcommittee's work. It ensures we systematically identify, analyze, and counter hybrid threats before they escalate further. This bill also creates a hybrid warfare accountability coordinator at the State Department to unify our diplomatic, interagency, and allied efforts, driving faster attribution, stronger information sharing, coordinated responses, and greater resilience across NATO. Ultimately, this legislation strengthens our ability to confront the shadow war already underway and ensures the United States and our allies are equipped to meet the fight we are in today. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Jim, you want to go ahead? Mr. Baird?
As a proud co-sponsor, I'm pleased to support H.R. 7632, the Shadow Act. This vital legislation strengthens interagency coordination in the face of hybrid warfare utilized by China, Russia, and other adversaries to the United States. Hybrid warfare and the combining of military, economic, and cyber tactics poses a real and growing threat to U.S. interests abroad, ranging from disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, or the sabotage of critical infrastructure. Adversarial actors undermine security of our partners and our homeland. The coordinator of the hybrid warfare, as required in this legislation, will be responsible for assessing that the State Department may contribute to counter these activities. Additionally, the clear definition of these threats and actions will be established due to this legislation, allowing the national security community and the State Department to properly respond when necessary. I urge my colleagues to support the Shadow Act and commend Representative Self for introducing such legislation. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Yes, amendment number 119.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 119 to H.R. 7632, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And before I recognize the author, the representative, for a minute, I'm sorry, I absolutely regret I'm not going to get to sit here and listen to you speak about your amendment. I have to go over to T&I and vote. So Representative Zinke is going to sit up here. He's going to get to enjoy everything that you have to say. And, I'll hurry back as soon as I can and hopefully not miss any of it.
Well, we will await your arrival. Your return, I should say.
Ranking Member Meeks, you are recognized.
Thank you. My amendment would make the establishment of the hybrid coordinator position an authorization rather than a mandate. An edit which I believe provides appropriate flexibility for the department without further hearing and study on the issue at hand. The amendment would also limit the scope of the coordinator's jurisdiction, which is too broad and would cut needlessly across bureaus. Right now, the coordinator, currently seated in P, would have additional equities impacting E, F, and T. This is just too broad. And so I urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes Mr. Self from the great state of Texas.
I rise to oppose the Meeks amendment to the Shadow Act. This amendment takes us in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Frankly, the State Department, the initiator of the reorganization, has agreed that this coordinator position belongs in the P family to ensure cross-bureau coordination. Now, this bill does not add employees. Let's be clear, and I want to make that, that point clearly. It does not add employees. It simply designates a coordinator. And I will point out that Representatives Keating and Sherman have already agreed to support the underlying text. So I oppose this because I believe that the amendment uses the term unconfirmed coordinators. Under the last administration, there were many unconfirmed coordinators designated. This simply takes an existing employee and gives him responsibilities that the State Department has agreed will improve our cross-bureau coordination. I recommend that my colleagues oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs in the substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ranking Member Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested, and it shall be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Pursuant to the notice, I now call up H.R. 2504, the U.S.-European Nuclear Energy Cooperation Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2504, to require the Secretary of State
Without
to develop...
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open up to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Keating Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to the members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text of the proposed amendment. I now recognize myself, actually.
You can recognize anybody else. Do you want to do an opening statement?
If there's any recognition, Mr. Keating, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to speak on the U.S.-European Nuclear Energy Cooperation Act. I appreciate Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks considering this bipartisan legislation in today's markup and for recognizing it as an important bill. The U.S.-European Nuclear Energy Cooperation Act requires the Secretary of State to draft a strategy to expand U.S. nuclear energy cooperation in Europe and combat Russia's influence in the nuclear energy sector in Europe. Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, illegal invasion of Ukraine, European allies and partners have made immense strides in working together to strengthen energy cooperation with Europe and the United States and to remove the Russian influence that undermines transatlantic cooperation. This legislation, which I co-led with South and Central Asian Chairman Bill Huizenga and Representative Bill Foster, makes clear that the United States is stronger when we work with our European allies and partners to build capacity, strengthen supply chain, and foster responsible and safe use of nuclear weapons in Europe. As part of this effort, the bill strengthens the State Department's FIRST program and expands support for the development of new technologies like small modular reactors. European countries, including Poland and Romania, have already taken advantage of U.S. technology, and on Tuesday, Finland became the program's latest contributing partner to the program. Joining over 50 other nations, Finland brings extensive expertise in nuclear energy, which will be vital in supporting FIRST initiatives. Hopefully, this legislation can contribute to further cooperation in this field. Finally, the strategy required by this legislation will work with European allies and partners in the short, medium, and long term. It'll work to remove Russian influence from the European nuclear energy sector. For decades, Soviet-built reactors have dominated the European nuclear energy markets. These reactors continue to provide the Russian Federation with a source of revenue to fund the Kremlin's illegal war in Ukraine, as well as establishing a source of geopolitical and economic influence in the countries with nuclear energy sectors. It should be the bipartisan goal of this Congress to remove all Russian influence from the nuclear energy sector in Europe. I hope all members of this committee will support this important legislation to do just that and to protect American allies and our transatlantic security. Thank you, and I yield back.
There being no further amendments, I move the committee report. I'm sorry, Mr. Meeks.
I support this legislation and thank my colleague, Mr. Keating, for authoring the bill, I should say. Russia has for decades leveraged energy exports and energy access as tools to spread its malign influence globally. And while the United States allies and partners have made significant strides in reducing reliance on Russian oil and natural gas, more must be done to curtail Russia's influence in the nuclear energy market. Russia maintains a stranglehold on the nuclear fuel market and is still the only true commercial exporter of the fuel needed for many advanced and generation reactors. And Rosatom continues to export lifespan extensions and new reactors in Europe and beyond. In fact, the Kremlin's favorite puppet, Viktor Orban, began construction on his new Rosatom reactors in Hungary just last month. So if the United States is to effectively lead in the nuclear energy space and curtail Russia's influence, this legislation will help ensure we approach that goal with an effective and comprehensive strategy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none and seeing no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 2504 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and it is, further action is postponed. All right. Does any other member offer an amendment? Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7649, Humanitarian Theft Enforcement Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7649, to ensure that persons found responsible for the
Without objection, the
unauthorized...
first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Davidson Amendment, in the nature of a substitute circulated to the members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for the purposes of amendment.
Do you want to do his opening statement or?
I'll defer to Mr. Davidson for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I rise to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Humanitarian Theft Enforcement Act. I'd like to thank Chairman Mast and the committee staff and our colleague, Representative McCormick, for his work on this legislation. This is a common-sense piece of legislation that establishes clear financial liability for foreign actors who divert or destroy U.S.-funded humanitarian assistance. Too often, bad actors seize life-saving humanitarian aid paid for by American taxpayers that is intended to help those in need. Right now, we have no way to hold these people accountable, which is why this bill is so important. This legislation is aimed squarely at foreign actors who use humanitarian aid as a weapon of war. This A&S reflects extensive state, TA, and committee work to make this legislation the best it can be towards countering this problem and abusing America's resources. I applaud this administration for making sure that America's resources always advance America's interest. I think this legislation and this A&S do that. I'd encourage all of our colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
The representative from the great state of Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of H.R. 7649, the Humanitarian Theft Enforcement Act. Across conflict-ridden regions, malign actors in the Gaza Strip, Somalia, Sudan, and the Dominican Republic of Congo, and various other countries have destroyed and diverted humanitarian aid for their political or financial gain. This legislation allows the Secretary of State to conduct asset forfeiture and seizure abroad, in tandem with law enforcement, to recoup the financial value of destroyed or mishandled humanitarian assistance. America cannot tolerate interference with foreign asset objectives, especially in territory riddled with famine and conflict. Terror groups have for decades abused the vulnerabilities of foreign assistance delivery. Examples abound, such as Hamas commanding and commandeering humanitarian convoys as soon as they enter the Gaza Strip, as well as both the RSF and SAF conducting strikes on humanitarian aid trucks, ending up with collateral damage. As the leader of the free world, the United States works to assist countries and populations in need. We need not let terrorists, criminal organizations, or rogue leaders dictate the terms in which malnourished civilians receive our assistance and vital care. This legislation identifies the necessary changes in the State Department's authorities to recollect funds. As a co-sponsor of this legislation, I recommend my colleagues vote in favor of the Humanitarian Theft Enforcement Act. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Meeks.
I support this bill, which enables the Secretary of State to hold foreign individuals or entities financially liable for diverting or destroying life-saving assistance intended for people who need it. Unfortunately, situations continue to arise where, for example, armed groups attack aid convoys and destroy humanitarian assistance headed toward communities in urgent need. These unacceptable actions endanger thousands of lives, and we must ensure those who carry them out face the appropriate consequences. This measure promotes greater transparency and accountability in overseas emergency relief efforts and ensures that bad actors can be held responsible for any damage they cause to our foreign aid. I look forward to passing this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time as the chairman has re-arrived.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I missed it.
You missed it.
Can you just do it again for me? I'll just give you another 5 minutes. You can next, so I don't feel like I missed something. All right. Is this where we're at? No further discussion? Or would you like to be recognized, Representative Davidson? Very good. Any further discussion? There being any further amendments? Seeing none. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7649 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Roll call vote, anybody? Very good. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. The vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7630, the Republic of Georgia Sovereignty Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7630, to prohibit United States
Without objection,
recognition.
the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Perry Amendment, in the nature of a substitute, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. Would the author like to speak first?
I would.
Very good. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I offer H.R. 7630, the Republic of Georgia Sovereignty Act. As is always the case with me, this is a straightforward, principled bill reaffirming a core American commitment. The United States does not and will not recognize any claims of sovereignty over South Ossetia and Abkhazia, other than those of the Sovereign Republic of Georgia itself. It prohibits any federal department or agency from taking actions or providing assistance that could imply otherwise. Russia's 2008 invasion and subsequent recognition of these breakaway regions as independent states was an illegal land grab that violated Georgia's territorial integrity and international law. Nearly 2 decades later, these territories remain under Russian occupation. Approximately 20% of Georgia's sovereign land used as leverage against a nation that seeks closer ties with the West and the rules-based international order. While the bill's original drafting reflected the fresh wounds of that invasion and the broader context of Russian aggression at the time, its core truth endures. Borders cannot be redrawn by force, even though Russia continues to try it there and elsewhere. Allowing creeping recognition of these puppet regimes would set a dangerous precedent not just for Georgia, but for every nation facing hybrid threats, separatism, or territorial ambition from authoritarian powers. This legislation sends a clear message. America stands with Georgia's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and its democratic aspirations. It costs nothing, yet reinforces our principles, deters further aggression, and keeps the door open for a peaceful, negotiated resolution that respects Georgia's original borders. I urge my colleagues to support the swift markup and passage of the Republic of Georgia Sovereignty Act. Will allow us to reaffirm that the United States will never legitimize the fruits of illegitimate invasion. I urge support, and I yield the balance.
Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
It's good to hear my friend's voice in the committee, Mr. Perry. We generally see much more of you, you know. Good to see you, Mr. Perry. And on this one, Mr. Perry, I agree with you. I support this bill and thank the majority for working with us to ensure the bill is clear that the United States fully supports Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. As we've seen with Russia's horrific war of aggression against Ukraine, it is not hard to imagine a world where Russia might take its occupation of Georgian territory a step further an attempt to formally annex South Ossetia and I'm going to mess that one up, Abkhazia as part of Russia, or stage illegitimate referenda to solidify such annexation. This measure makes clear that the United States will not recognize any claims of sovereignty over either of those territories than those of the government of the Republic of Georgia, whether by the separatist entities themselves, successor entities, or the Russian Federation. This is the right policy, and we should leave no doubt that our government will uphold it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Representative Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Mr. Perry, for authoring this very important resolution. You know, for years, we never recognized Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia being part of the Soviet Union. We called them the captive nations. And I remember with great clarity when Ronald Reagan, and I stood right next to him and a group of other members of our House, when he declared and said, we will never, our maps didn't show that those countries were part of Russia, then the Soviet Union, and we stood firm on that, and today those countries are free and flourishing. I was in, pardon me, I was actually in Tbilisi 11 days after the Russians invaded that country, that is to say Georgia, and I had a few of my constituents' children who were in South Ossetia and one who was in Abkhazia, and worked for a week there trying to get them out. We did get them out, but the danger was overwhelming. We worked with the French, we worked with the OSCE, because they were the chair in office for the EU that year, as well as with the Red Cross, and a number of others were behind these enemy, and they were enemy lines. South Ossetia and Abkhazia are part of Georgia. They're not part of Russia. And the invasion that was done by Putin was another example. Ukraine is perhaps the largest and most egregious example of his wars of aggression, but this was another one. And over time, it cannot be allowed to stand. So I thank Mr. Perry for bringing this resolution forward. Someday, South Ossetia and Abkhazia will be free of the Russian. I mean, in fact, 2 years, Chairman, after being there, again, while we were there for the week, the Russians were playing this game where they would put we were in Tbilisi, I was in Tbilisi, where they'd put their tanks on the road to Tbilisi and then turn them away. It was kind of like a psychological warfare, or maybe he was coming. Our embassy was cleared out for all non-essential personnel. We had a great ambassador, John Teft, who was just, I thought he was one of the best ambassadors I've ever met. But it's still, we had, again, this terrible invasion, this terrible annexation of those two areas. So this is a great reiteration of our concern that they are part, that is to say, South Ossetia and Abkhazia, they're part of Georgia. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Perry, for leading this important bill. This bill is simple. It ensures U.S. government recognizes the territory of Georgia as it is. South Ossetia are unalienable parts of Georgia, and Russian occupation forces and Russian-backed separatists cannot change that. That's what this is about. The Republic of Georgia has long been a partner of the United States. Despite questions about its current political leadership, it cuts across politics that Russia's invasion in 2008 started an unjust process of partitioning Georgia along fraudulent claims of sovereignty. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this straightforward, common-sense bill, making it clear the United States will not tolerate Russian aggression in the South Caucasus. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7630 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7675, the Securing Partner Supply Chains Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7675, to require the Secretary
Without
of
objection,
State...
the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I will recognize myself for a moment. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Castro, Representative Kim, for leading this important bill. With this bill, we are empowering Secretary Rubio to work with our allies to ensure their supply chains are clean from malign foreign influence in a global economy, helping our allies protect our own industries and American jobs. For decades, China has used its investments through state-owned enterprises, proxies, and direct government funding to infiltrate critical supply chains. We have seen how Chinese control of the critical mineral supply chain has allowed them to exert political pressure on our allies like Japan and South Korea. We have seen how Chinese influence in the pharmaceutical supply chain allows the People's Republic of China to control upwards of 50% of the active pharmaceutical ingredients that the United States relies on. As we've heard from Undersecretary Hellberg last week, there is no frontier, no sector that China does not seek to dominate. Bottom line, economic security is national security. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this measure by Representative Castro and Kim. Foreign investment is integral to our economic growth, yet it can also present risk to our nation's security if critical infrastructure, sensitive technology, or supply chains are compromised. This is why the United States has the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. However, at a time when supply chains are global, we must work with our closest allies and partners to screen risky investments as well. Unfortunately, many U.S. allied and partnered nations lack the robust regulatory frameworks needed to screen foreign investments in their own nations, which represents a vulnerability to their security and, in turn, ours. H.R. 7675 requires the Secretary of State to initiate technical training and assistance to allied and partner nations on best practices for screening foreign investments so that they can assess and weed out risks. Ensuring the security of our supply chains, particularly as it relates to critical infrastructure and our defense industrial base, is crucial to our nation's security. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion of the bill? Representative Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. The bill we're considering is the Securing Partner Supply Chains Act, legislation that I introduced along with Representative Young Kim of California. The bill would require the Department of State to establish an initiative on foreign investment screening to assist partner countries to establish investment screening mechanisms similar to the United States Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States through technical assistance, training, and advisory services to partners and allies. And the problem this bill addresses is straightforward. The United States has spent decades building robust tools to screen foreign investment for national security risks. When a foreign company or country wants to invest in a critical industry in the United States, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States reviews the investment before it's finalized. Most of our partners, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, do not have such laws or regulations. That gap is being exploited. In November 2024, Xi Jinping personally inaugurated the Port of Shanghai in Peru, a $1.3 billion Chinese state-owned facility, now the largest deepwater port on South America's Pacific coast. The Pentagon has warned of its potential dual use for PRC naval operations. Chinese state-owned enterprises operate port facilities in many countries, and Chinese companies are attempting to secure contracts for critical minerals in countries like Chile. These challenges are not limited just to the Western Hemisphere, but occur in other parts of the world as well. The Securing Partner Supply Chains Act addresses this directly. It directs the State Department to establish a 3-year initiative to provide technical assistance and training to partner governments on investment screening best practices, facilitate coordination among U.S. agencies and partner countries, support the development of screening mechanisms through regulatory guidance and information sharing, and report annually to Congress on progress. This is a cost-effective, force-multiplying approach to a real-world national security challenge, and it does so while supporting the sovereignty of our partners. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Any further discussion of the bill? Seeing none, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Being no amendments, I move that the committee.
May I speak?
Yes, would you like to speak? Representative is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 7675, the Securing Partner Supply Chains Act, and that I am co-leading with Representative Castro. For decades, the Chinese Communist Party has deliberately infiltrated global supply chains in critical sectors, not just for profit, but to create chokeholds that enable control and coercion of our allies. This is no accident. It is a calculated strategy to exploit market access and gain political leverage. This committee is all too familiar with China's dominance in critical mineral refinement, shipbuilding, and active pharmaceutical ingredient supply chains. But the threat extends further. Beijing uses investments to exert economic pressure on our partners, holding them hostage to PRC demands. Just as President Trump is pushing to reshore and onshore many of our industries and diversify critical supply chains, we must encourage allies to do the same. In many cases, this means by strengthening laws and regulations to prevent malign foreign influence from penetrating markets through Chinese investment. H.R. 7675 directs the Secretary of State to launch a 3-year pilot program helping partners build foreign investment screening mechanisms that is modeled on the Committee on Foreign Investment, or CFIUS. No new funding is authorized in this legislation. This bill also directs the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment to implement and oversee this initiative. And as we heard from the Undersecretary during his testimony last week, no sector is immune to the CCP's drive for domination. This bill equips the department to push back and help allies assert their economic sovereignty. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan measure, and I yield back.
Now, is there any further discussion? All right. Being no further discussion, any amendments? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7675 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
Ask for a roll call vote, Chair.
Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7674, the Venezuela Democratic Transition Strategy Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7674, to require the Secretary of
Without
State...
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I'm going to recognize myself for a statement on this piece of legislation. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Moskowitz, for leading this bill, though Representative Moskowitz is not here to receive my thanks. The overwhelming successful operation to bring Nicolas Maduro to justice has given the Venezuelan people a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take back their country after years of living under a brutal narco-terrorist dictator. Secretary Rubio has laid out a clear 3-phase plan for a democratic transition, stabilization, recovery, and transition, and we are seeing this plan unfold before our eyes. The administration is also actively supporting civil society inside Venezuela and has airlifted over 156,000 pounds of critical medical supplies to the Venezuelan people. The Trump administration is paving the way to a democratic Venezuela. This bill formalizes the administration's ongoing strategy by requiring it to be submitted to Congress alongside annual progress reports, ensuring transparency and accountability as we advance these efforts and highlight the administration's successes on each front. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this piece of legislation. Is there any more further discussion on this bill? Ranking Member Meeks.
I want to thank Mr. Markowitz for championing this critical piece of legislation and helping to give a voice to the people of Venezuela here in Congress. No one on this committee misses Nicolas Maduro. He and Delcy Rodriguez oversaw a brutal regime that repressed the Venezuelan people, committed crimes against humanity, and stole the 2024 election from Edmundo Gonzalez and the Democratic opposition. With this administration and Venezuela, I tell you, though, I can't help but feel like we are living in the twilight zone. You know, if you had told me that a Democratic administration had chosen to formalize and recognize the autocrat Delcy Rodriguez as the leader of Venezuela without any governance concessions, I would have grabbed a popcorn to hear some of my colleagues and their reply to that some time ago. You know, on this committee, Ms. Salazar, and of course, then Senator Rubio, or any other Republicans who exasperate them. If he had told me a year ago that Delcy Rodriguez's biggest backers weren't Raul Castro and Vladimir Putin, but rather they are Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have entered into, I think they would have had a cardiac arrest. So let's be clear. The Biden administration led a coalition of 50 countries to oppose Maduro and Delcy's stolen 2024 elections 14 months into this administration. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have completely abandoned the Democratic opposition led by Maria Corina Machado. President Trump does not care about democracy in Venezuela. He cares about the oil in Venezuela. He claims to exercise incredible leverage over Venezuela, but has not used it to secure the release of 500 political prisoners, whom longtime Venezuelan democracy advocate Pedro Barilli noted, quote, no longer Maduros, they are Trumps and Rubios, and I hope they understand that. And that's why consideration of this legislation is so important. Mr. Markowitz's bill will require a strategy from the Department of State to support a democratic transition in Venezuela, which is in the Venezuelans and Americans' best interests. Without U.S. pressure in coordination with our allies in the region, the unsustainable status quo that collapsed Venezuela's economy and forced millions into exile will prevail. Without structural reforms inside of Venezuela that open political space, reform the National Electoral Council, and end the repressive state security apparatus, any changes we are seeing on the ground will be purely cosmetic and temporary. So I urge my colleagues to support this measure and stand with the people of Venezuela that they want a democracy in which they have a voice in. They want a vote. They believe in democracy. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7674 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Anybody like a roll call vote? All right.
Roll call. Ask for roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7605, the African Development Foundation Termination Act of 2026. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7605 to abolish the United States African Development Foundation.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And does anybody seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Not quite there yet.
Oh.
Would you like to be recognized?
I apologize. I would. I can't hear what you're saying. I can't hear out of my left ear. My wife says it's selective, but the doctor told me otherwise. So
Got it. So, nothing to do with your left ear. There's no tie to politics or anything.
no, it's just I think riding with the window down, riding motorcycles, maybe shooting guns.
What kind of bike do you have?
I got a 47 Indian Chief. I got a 64 Bonneville, 68 Bonneville.
All right.
Mustang. It's a motorcycle. 1972 BSA. I can go on, but I had over 100 motorcycles when I got married.
Okay. I got a little extra
And I
garage
married
space
my wife.
in Florida.
You got a what?
I got extra garage space in Florida if you run out of room.
All right. Well, I'll sell you a few.
Got it. All right. Burchett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States African Development Foundation, the USADF, is an independent federal agency that provides financial assistance to small businesses and community groups in underserved populations in Africa. However, I have serious concerns about this agency's recent conduct. On January 30th, 2026, the Director of Financial Management of the United States African Development Foundation was indicted by the Department of Justice and pled guilty to financial fraud. Additionally, the Government Accounting Office and the Office of Inspector General have highlighted several issues within the agency's operation for years. The bill is simple. It abolishes the United States African Development Foundation, and I'm committed to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in government systems and services, inefficient and ineffective agencies that mismanage taxpayer dollars. They've got to be terminated, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7605, and I have 5 horses that I would like to sell if anybody's interested.
I don't have any stable space. I do have garage space, so.
And I'd like to call for a vote on that, a voice vote.
We'll get to that in a little bit here, Mr.
I
Burchett.
would yield to Jonathan Jackson today, if that's all right, if I need to.
You want to give him 3 minutes and 40 seconds? Is that, I mean, he can get his
Give
own
him
5
about
minutes.
15 seconds, because he's a constant thorn in my side.
15 seconds, got it. Make it count.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. I have enormous respect for Congressman Burchett, but Mr. Chairman, I strongly disagree and oppose this bill. It reveals a retreat from, I believe, responsibility and an abandonment of those who have long looked to this nation not as a savior, but as a partner in the difficult work of development. The U.S. African Development Foundation is an independent U.S. agency established by Congress in 1980 to invest directly in African grassroots enterprises and social entrepreneurs. It empowers local, African-led solutions to reduce poverty, create jobs, and improve food security. The foundation targets marginalized populations and underserved communities, and in doing so, it partners with African governments, other U.S. government agencies, and private corporations to achieve transformative results. The results are clear, and it's something that we can all be proud of. Between 2019 and 2023, it has awarded more than $141 million in grants to more than 1,050 communities, African enterprises, directly affecting the lives of more than 6.2 million people on the continent. Any issues of fraud, waste, and abuse within the foundations were addressed as a result of a USAID Office of Inspector General inquiry on March 25th, 2024, and concluded in August 2024. That issue has been resolved, respectfully. It is unacceptable that a foundation that fosters grassroots economic growth in Africa by providing seed capital, technical support directly to underserved communities and small enterprises has become a victim of Elon Musk and his misinformed and immoral Doge ideology. Now that Doge is closing, we have found that it has cost the government more than it has saved. At a time when the challenges we face, war, pandemic, climate change, demand partnerships we cannot choose withdrawal. I remind my colleagues across the aisle that their capricious cuts cost real lives, and I urge this committee to vote no on isolation and abandoning our commitment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
My good friend, Mr. Burchett, who, I think that he's maybe the funniest man in Congress, and he has dual careers. I mean, you can do a live reality TV if you want. You could be on one of these nightly night shows. I respect you in that regards, but I have to agree with Mr. Jackson on this, and I strongly oppose this bill, which would abolish an agency that has played an important role in supporting underserved communities across Africa. Since its founding in 1980, the U.S. African Development Foundation has supported thousands of women-owned businesses, increased youth employment opportunities, and expanded energy access in impoverished communities across the continent. Although work and all through work at grassroots level to empower our African partners. The USADF is not perfect. I don't know many things that are perfect, but many of the circumstances my colleagues are discussing today are situations that we have existing tools to address. The Department of Justice investigates and prosecutes individuals for criminal misconduct, and that's exactly what the DOJ has done in this case. The Office of the Inspector General responds to complaints and identifies instances of wrongdoing as part of its mission to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And the Government Accountability Office conducts audits, helps to recover funding from improper payments, and identifies improper management of government resources. In short, we already have appropriate mechanisms to deal with the instances of wrongdoing, and those mechanisms are working. You know where else those mechanisms are working? They're working at the Department of Defense. DOJ announced $633 million in False Claims Act settlements and judgments against defense contractors in fiscal year 2025. That's a significant amount of fraud for a federal government department that has failed to pass an audit literally every year it's been legally required to. But I don't hear calls to abolish the Department of Defense. Instead, I hear my colleagues echoing President Trump's call for a $1.5 trillion defense budget increase next year. That does not and looks hypocritical to me. So now I am willing to consider reforms to promote greater transparency and accountability in the USDF's work, but this legislation does none of that. It merely cuts assistance to vulnerable communities already that have been devastated by President Trump's earlier assault on foreign aid. I cannot support such cruel and senseless action. Just 2 weeks ago, Elon Musk and Pete Morocco's plans to close USDF through DOGE were officially defeated in the courts, paving the way for USADF's career staff to finally get back to work. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative, anybody over here? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, Mr. Burchett, I heard you were offering some horses for sale, so that sounds fun. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this legislation. While I strongly condemn the acts of waste, fraud, and abuse from former USADF employees, I do not think that we should be abolishing agencies when there are instances of fraud. I sit on the Armed Services Committee. There is no shortage of waste, fraud, and abuse at the Pentagon. They have never even passed an audit. But no one is talking about dismantling the Defense Department, just renaming it. At the department, USADF and elsewhere in our government, we have put mechanisms in place to find this fraud and prosecute it, as the Department of Justice recently did in the case of the former Director of Financial Management at USADF. It is an absolute betrayal of taxpayers for any fraud to happen. And I'm thankful our oversight mechanisms are in place so they can make sure these crimes are stopped, prosecuted, and prevented from happening again. That's what took place with USADF. Instead of abolishing this agency that was doing a lot of good on the African continent, I would implore my Republican colleagues to work with me to figure out how to reform this agency so that it meets the challenges of today and can fill the gap that the gutting of USAID left behind. So I cannot support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to oppose.
Any other members seek recognition? I recognize myself, rise in support of this legislation. I want to thank Representative Burchett for this legislation. And I want to first talk about this comparison that's being made. Well, we're not abolishing the Department of War or the Department of Defense. Why would we be abolishing this? Well, we did abolish very specific programs within the Department of Defense, now Department of War, that were wasteful, that were abusive, that were not accomplishing
Which
the
programs?
mission. Let's talk about the Chief Diversity Office. There'd be a chief one right there. But you're not recognized. It is my time. We're not proposing to abolish the Department of State. That would be an apples-to-apples comparison for the members that are making this argument. You're not making an apples-to-apples comparison. We get rid of crappy, bad programs that are wasting the American taxpayer dollars. So let's go to what my colleagues want to defend as let's get back to business as usual. Here's one. These are specific things that we're getting rid of by getting rid of this development program, this African Development Foundation Termination Act. U.S. African Development Foundation Act terminated $51 million in grants. I would give them a standing ovation for that because it was things like $229,000 for marketing 100% organic shea butter in Burkina Faso. Not the best use of taxpayer dollars. $84,000 for a business incubator for spa and wellness entrepreneurs in Nigeria. There was $239,000 for marketing pineapple juice in Benin. There was a couple $100,000 for mango drying facilities in the Ivory Coast, increased yogurt production in Uganda, WhatsApp marketing in Kenya, and to train farmers to grow dragon fruit in Senegal. There was $9.1 million left unsecured across 13 countries. U.S. government funds remained in foreign bank accounts with undetermined access controls, with about $55 million in open obligations, $424,000 in unapproved invoices, still being dealt with at this point. Finance director at this department ran a $617,000 pass-through scheme, pled guilty to accepting illegal gratuities and making false statements after steering that $617,000 through a Kenya-based pass-through company. In addition to that, they were wiping data and systems deliberately, taking offline 21 separate servers, including in 6 unknown locations where they were not supposed to be, all logging information and then deleting information that was not supposed to take place at all. I'm going to submit for the record a report. U.S. African Development Foundation Operational Inventory Report, Systemic Patterns of Fraud, Waste, and Abuse, without objection. So ordered. This doesn't mean that there is not work being done in Africa. This committee continues to support foreign assistance in U.S. interests. 19 global health compacts, 10 MCC compacts active or in development, at least 300 active DFC awards exceeding $13 billion, making Africa the largest regional commitment. Where there's an opportunity to do good work is done. But whether in the Department of State or the Department of War or anywhere else, there have been these offices of waste, fraud, and abuse. They're gone. And I'm glad to see this office be gone. And in that, do any other members seek recognition? Anybody want to argue about the waste, fraud, and abuse? Anybody want to say I'm lying?
I can argue about what the waste, fraud, and abuse in the DOD that I don't hear anybody talking about. I can argue and say that, if you want to, that the Pentagon is only one of 24 federal agencies that has not passed an unmodified financial audit since the Chief Financial Officer Act of 1980.
Let's get them to pass that audit. Totally agree.
I can argue
Don't
that.
disagree on that.
According to the government watchdog Open Books, the Defense Department's spending in September of 2025 reached levels not seen since 2008, a total of $93 billion. This included over $225 million on furniture alone, the highest amount since 2014, such as $12,000 on fruit basket stands and over $60,000 on designer chairs, $98,329 of Steinway Sons grand pianos, a $26,000 violin, a $21,750 handmade Japanese flute were among $1.8 million spent on instruments. The Pentagon also made $6.6 billion in purchases from foreign entities, over $1 billion more than the previous record of $5.2 billion in September of 2023. Reporting this year indicates that over $1.7 million has been spent by the Air Force Maintenance Unit on luxury knives that have literally no maintenance purpose. So I could go on and on also about waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as when you talk about DEI, you talk about how it was eliminated in the State Department. Well, guess where they want DE&I? In DOD. They did not eliminate deliberately in that program.
Eliminated diversity, equity, inclusion officers being the chief DEI officers in all of these agencies. One of the first things that was done. Couldn't be more proud of that taking place.
As far as recruitment
as far
is
as
concerned.
waste, fraud, and abuse goes, anywhere. Let's get rid of it anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. But don't come in here and say that this wasn't taking place in the State Department, where it is our duty to go
What
over
we're
and
saying
oversee
is
these
that
things.
there was the proper examination to get rid of what was taking place there. You don't get rid of the whole
I
agency.
submitted it for the record. You didn't disagree with me. You didn't object to me submitting it for the
You don't get rid
record.
of the whole agency, just like you don't get rid of DOD.
Oh,
you get rid of you get the people that committed the crimes are prosecuted.
We get
and
rid
what
of
is you? So you fix it. You don't end it.
We're fixing it by ending it. Now, I just made the point that there are still a number of programs ongoing, from DFC to MCC, other global compacts. I didn't hear you talking about those great things that are going on. It's like you're just interested in a brand. Oh, we just need this brand to go forward. Even though all these terrible things were going on, let's just continue this brand.
Mr. Amo has going to have an amendment, again, to remember that this brand was created by Congress and authorized by Congress.
That's why we need to keep doing state authorization acts to get rid of these things by Congress.
Well, let's get rid of them, want to get rid of those things in DOD. I don't hear the same advocacy for you about the mismanagement in DOD.
I would encourage you
get rid
to
of it.
speak to your steering committee and get placed on HASC.
No, placed on HASC?
Yeah, the House Armed Services.
You're talking about
that stands for House Armed Services Committee.
You're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse in one area where we're destroying ourselves.
It's called the State Department. We have oversight of the State Department.
Because some of that,
We're the Foreign Affairs
right
Committee.
now,
We do the State Department.
500,000 to 1 million people have died. Died. Because of DOGE and the cuts that have taken place in the State Department.
There's
We've
no
lost
truth in
all
that
of the
whatsoever.
expertise.
Not 1 ounce of truth in that whatsoever.
Oh, there's a lot. There's a whole lot of truth to it.
The United States of America.
Have you ever heard of PEPFAR? Do you know how many people?
I know well about PEPFAR and all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that was going on.
Do you know how many lives it saved?
Do you know that?
Do you know how many lives
Do you know
it
that
saved?
we're still
Do you
supporting
know how
PEPFAR?
many lives it saved?
That we're getting rid of the waste,
Do
fraud,
you
and
know
abuse.
how many lives
You
it
don't want to
saved?
get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse in it.
Do
You're
you
just
know-
interested in
No,
saying,
I don't want to.
let's continue PEPFAR.
No.
Let's not get rid of the
What I
bad
say
stuff
is,
in PEPFAR.
what I say is where there is
Mr.
a
Chairman,
problem,
Mr. Chairman.
where there is a problem, we fix it. We don't end it. The same thing in the State Department and all. I'm consistent completely. I'm not just going one side and the other. I am consistent.
Sometimes
Don't
the rot
end
is
it.
beyond
Fix it.
repair. The rot is beyond
Fix it.
repair there. Now, you're bringing up PEPFAR. Did you want to tell the American people that there's nothing going on with PEPFAR? Go ahead and tell that lie.
I'm telling you how many people.
But is PEPFAR going on or not?
Not in the way that it manner it had.
But is
been.
PEPFAR going on or
Not in
not?
the manner it had been.
That's right, because
And
it was
people
going on
are
in a
dying,
wasteful,
and
fraudulent,
people are
abusive
dying
manner.
as a
That's why
result.
it's not going on
And
in the way that it
people
was.
are dying as a result.
So
the
we-
lives that
we
it saved.
owe a
the
great
lives that it
explanation
saved,
to the American
The lives
people.
that it saved, 500,000 to 1 million people have died as a result of these actions.
We ended the waste, fraud, and abuse that was going on in PEPFAR. That's why it's not going on in the way that it was. But is it still going on in part PEPFAR?
It's still going on in the State
Thank
Department.
you. There you go. Still going on. So it's not going on in
The
the
waste, fraud, and
wasteful,
abuse in DOD is
fraudulent,
still going
abusive
on.
way that it was. Right? But you want to continue the
waste-
status quo in
No.
PEPFAR. You'd like to go
I
back
want
to
to
what it
continue
was.
the humanitarian concern that we have about human beings all over the world. The aid, the human rights, none of which is talked about.
Humanitarian
of which
concern
State
for the
Department
US
we had someone
taxpayer
here
alone, number
yesterday,
one.
The
Number
one
one
program
priority.
they talk about that he didn't know anything about, not doing their job at all, was dealing with humanitarian aid. How can we lead when we don't care about anybody else but
About
ourselves?
the American people, number one, proudly.
We don't care. If we don't care about anybody else but ourselves, we are endangering the American people.
Care about the
And
American
you're opening
people,
the door for
number
China.
one.
Because
above
every
all.
time we pull back, you talk about China, China moves in.
No, that's not. You like to make that argument, but
It's a
not
fact.
the case.
It's a fact.
The United States of America still does more
It's a
aid
fact.
than anybody out there.
Because it has more money than anybody out there. We're the richest country in the world, and that gives us responsibility as a result of that.
You know, Ranking Member Meeks.
We are the richest country in the world. We should care about other people, especially those that are needed, if we want to have a world that we share.
Whenever I have high schools here, I always ask them the same question, or middle schools, elementary schools, I always ask them the same question. How many government dollars are there? And they all sit there and they scratch their heads and they ponder and they throw out $1 billion or $100 billion or $1 million or this and that. And I always tell them it's a trick question because the answer is none. It all belongs to we the people. It all comes out of the pockets of we the people. I see you huffing and puffing about me saying
Which
that.
is why yesterday,
The dollars of we the people. Keep huffing and puffing about it.
Which is why yesterday
It's the
I talked about $200 billion that the president is asking, and we should then examine and know how that money is being spent.
That's right.
But
And
you
you've
don't
been-
care about that.
You've been given
But you don't
about
care about
13
you didn't care about that. I talked about
13 separate
transparency
briefings on
that
that.
we need to give the American people so they know what their money is being spent on.
Have you been
Where
given
as we
13
cut
briefings on
healthcare,
it?
as gas prices
You have.
continue to go up,
13
as
briefings.
food continues to go up, we don't care about that.
We went
The
over
American
yesterday
people
your
cares
lack of
about that.
attendance.
The American people cares about food costs, gas, and gas has gone up.
Must not be listening when you go to the
The gas has gone up. I listen.
Hearings.
I listen when I go.
You
There's
can't
3
hear,
hearings.
You can't hear if you're
There was
45
3
minutes
hearings
late.
that we had.
I don't know if you got some kind of secret microphone in here, but you can't hear if you're 45 minutes
And
late.
the people can't hear the truth if you don't call the hearings. If you don't call hearings to have transparency, the people of the United States will never know. Do you just want things in a classified session and the people never know what's going on?
You had a hearing
And
yesterday.
I've been there.
To the weekend
And I've
session
been to
before
those
that.
hearings.
Another in the weekend session before that.
The greatest thing, the most disturbing and what's costing the American people right now is Trump's choice of war in Iran, where gas prices have gone up over $1 in less than a month, where food prices are going up, where the cost of health care is going
Ranking
up.
Member Meeks,
and
did you
this
vote
is what the,
for
this
any?
is,
You
this
gave
is
the
what the
president
American
direction. Do you
people are
recall
asking
that?
for.
Do you recall voting to give the president the
This is-
direction of what to do?
this is
You
what-
voted to quote you, President, use any and all means necessary. That
This
was
is
your
what
vote.
I want.
That was your vote.
No, my oath of office is to make sure that I oversee the executive branch of government. That's my oath.
I know you like to argue, but you should do
and
more
that's
of your
my
job.
oath. And no, I want you to
Argue
do
you
your
should do-
job as the chairman to have these hearings.
We just did one yesterday. We kept doing them the week
Well,
before.
then let's bring in, as I asked yesterday, let's subpoena.
I'm going to start writing them on the wall up there so that you know the dates of when they took place.
Let's subpoena Rubio, let's subpoena Kushner, and let's subpoena Wickoff, because they, and those last two, who have nothing to do with the federal government, they've not been cleared through anything.
Had Rubio at least 3 times.
I said those two.
You've had Rubio at least
Wickoff,
3 times.
not on the
Secretary
war.
of War Hegseth.
Not on the war.
John Radcliffe, CIA.
Not in this
countless
committee.
times.
They had them in this committee? You had them in this committee?
Classified briefings. And
Did you have them in this committee?
All of these classified
I've
briefings.
been at all of those classified briefings.
I just told you you've had them.
I've been at all of those, 3 of them.
Listen,
3 of them.
I
They
just
had.
give you the encouragement.
2 of them they had for members of Congress.
I would encourage, I'm going to take
And we
my
didn't
time
get the
back now.
answers
I've
there.
enjoyed the colloquy with you. I would just encourage you, do
would-
your job.
I would encourage you to do yours and have
Show up.
transparency on the committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Show
can I
up
call
and
for
show
a
up
Your
recording?
job and have transparency on the committee. You don't tell me
will
how
you
to
show
do
up?
my job.
You sure you'll
have
show
the
up?
committee. Have Wickoff here, I'll be here.
Should I give you
have
an engraved
Kirshner
invitation?
Here,
Will
I'll
that
be
get you here on time?
Have Kirshner here, I'll be here.
Well, do you need an engraved invitation?
You don't tell
or-
me. You don't tell me
There's a
when or
question.
what to do.
Well, there's a
I'm
question.
asking you. Will you have Kushner here?
Oh, you going to show up on time?
Yeah,
So
get
you-
Kushner here.
I'll see if I can get you an
Get
engraved
Kushner
invitation.
here. Get Kushner here and get Wickoff here.
Email,
and get it in
phone
front
call,
of the American
carrier
people.
pigeon, how do I
you
need
care
to get
about
it
the
to you?
American people?
100%.
Then give them transparency.
I gave 2 legs and a finger for
Give
the
them
American people.
transparency.
So that's how much I care
Give
about
them transparency. I care about them. The people that's in the State Department care about them.
Not the people that were wasting
No,
their
the
money.
people in the State Department gave up their lives. Many of them that don't work anymore.
Not the
You
people
may
that
not-
this
You
bill
may
is
only
about.
respect some people. I respect all of them. I respect you for what you did in the military service.
Thank you.
I respect those that was in the State Department that was giving up lives and making sure they're making sacrifices all over.
I don't respect the ones that steal from the American people, which is
I don't
what
respect
this,
those in the
which
DOD.
is what this bill is about.
DOD's the same thing.
I don't respect
I've not
anybody
heard
that
you talk
steals from
about
our
them
people.
either.
Well, like, I'm not unhappy.
Let's have transparency.
I was just talking about it with you.
Let's have transparency.
It's been a fun conversation.
Sure has.
I'll make sure to get you that engraved invitation.
Yeah.
So, all right. Where are we at on this? Any more discussion besides from you and I?
I would like to call for a recorded vote. And I need to get back to my office because I
think we
ordered
have to-
tacos before I left. And if I get soggy tacos, I'm coming back and rail on one
Very
particular
good.
chairman and one particular ranking member.
Any amendments?
Wait a minute, does this young man have an amendment? I'm sorry.
He has an amendment.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I'm sorry.
This young man does have an
The
amendment.
clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 67 to H.R. 7605, offered by Mr. Amo of Rhode Island. Strike all after the
Without
enactment-
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And look, I think the ranking member said a lot of what I will say, because frankly, this is a reckless attempt to permanently shutter the U.S. African Development Foundation. This is a key pathway for the U.S. government to invest in small and locally led development projects on the African continent. All those things, Mr. Chairman, that you read off, were all businesses. They're all enterprises. These are programs that are life-changing for the communities that they serve, while also supporting U.S. security and economic interests. The American people win. And by directly investing in local African enterprises, the foundation creates jobs, empowers local workers, and reduces poverty. These programs foster safer and more stable communities that are less vulnerable to conflict and violent extremism. That makes us all safer. The foundation also creates opportunities for long-term U.S. investment in developing markets. The programs supported by the foundation build goodwill towards the U.S. on the African continent, a place that's growing in influence in the world, and that strengthens our relationships and promotes our diplomatic goals. So look, I agree with Mr. Burchett that reforms are important to ensure that the foundation has sufficient procedures to prevent fraud and ensure that funding is spent appropriately. But this is not a serious bill that does the work of reform. This is simply just another example of Republicans using claims of fraud and abuse to destroy our development programs, compromise our relationship with our allies, and abandon our leadership on the world stage. If Republicans were serious about preventing waste, fraud, and abuse, they would start by cleaning up their own house rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The Government Accountability Office and the USAID Office of Inspector General have already proposed solutions for the foundation, solutions that the foundation has been unable to implement because of the Trump administration's illegal efforts to shut them down. So my amendment would stop this dangerous plan laid out in the bill to terminate the U.S. African Development Foundation. Instead, it would highlight the foundation's good work in supporting African development and promoting American national security and economic interests while emphasizing the need for reform, something we can all agree on. Let's implement the expert recommendations from the Government Accountability Office and the USAID Office of the Inspector General, not light another fire. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and oppose the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I support the Vice Ranking Member's amendment because it offers an important reminder. Congress authorized the U.S. African Development Foundation for a very good reason, to support locally led development on the African continent. And that mission remains very vital today. The amendment also makes clear that the USADF must address the management challenges identified in recent Inspector General and GAO reports. We should support these important reforms and urge the USADF to adopt them quickly. This is a reasonable approach to replace what is otherwise an unreasonable bill to abolish the USADF. I cannot condone the further destruction of our foreign assistance institutions, especially where Africa is concerned. Where we move out, China moves in. China now has more consulates on the continent of Africa than we do. And so I thank Mr. Amo for offering this amendment, and I urge all of my colleagues to support his amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. Anybody tell me the Chinese PEPFAR program? Just because we end wasteful, fraudulent, abusive programs, it doesn't mean that China moves in. And even if they do move in on something, that doesn't mean that we continue wasteful, fraudulent, abusive programs. We don't do it. It's a slap in the face to the American people. And the African Development Foundation has been a slap in the face to the American people. Been very beneficial to the African people in a number of ways. Been beneficial to the people that had pass-through schemes. Certainly beneficial to the entity that got $229,000 for 100% organic shea butter. I'm sure it was a huge consideration for people across the continent of Africa. But a slap in the face to the American people. Good work working to get rid of this, Representative Burchett. Are there any further amendments? Seeing no further amendments, I move that the committee report. Oh, we're going to vote on the amendment first. Let's see here. There we go. Thank you. Would you like that one? All right. Being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
You absolutely may. A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Any further amendments? Seeing none. In a moment. Further proceedings on this bill are postponed. And we'll move on to the next bill. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7616, the Transatlantic Academic Security and Risk Mitigation Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7616, to require the Secretary of State to develop a strategy to identify and mitigate relationships that pose a risk to the United States foreign policy
Without
interests.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this very important markup today and for allowing consideration of my bill, the Transatlantic Academic Security and Risk Mitigation Act. The Chinese Communist Party continues to deepen its ties in every corner of the world, infiltrating economies, natural resources, critical infrastructure, and education and research centers. In Europe, Beijing's strategy involves penetrating institutions, pre-positioning leverage through dependencies, and applying economic, cyber, and informational pressure to influence governments. You can see there's a chart here behind me that shows these institutions in Europe and the number of connections they have with Chinese institutions. On the other side here, you'll see there's a chart that basically uses the this is France as an example here. And shows not only the links that they have, but the critical areas that these links involve, national security related all. As you can see, there are hundreds of joint European-Chinese academic cooperation programs hosted at European research centers and institutions of higher education. The U.S. participates in extensive intelligence sharing, military collaboration, and international cooperation activities with our European allies, and we cannot run the risk of our most sensitive technologies, data, and research being shared with, stolen, or influenced by malign Chinese actors. Cyber operations, data harvesting, Confucius Institutes Concerning University Partnerships, Supply Chain Exploitation, and Subtle Economic Coercion are critical aspects of the CCP's comprehensive national security strategy aimed at shaping Europe's information environment, economic structures, and strategic outlook well before any overt conflict. The threat is real. For example, the Central European Institute of Asian Studies reported that between 2020 and 2023, University College London hosted at least 10 joint research partnerships with Chinese universities appearing on an export restriction end-user list maintained by the U.S., Canada, or Japan in areas such as quantum technology, bioscience, and materials science. Further, the Jamestown Foundation reports that over 20 agreements, partnerships, or newly published research articles have been announced between the PRC's, quote, 7 sons of national defense, universities, and European entities between 2024 and 2025. These, quote, 7 sons, universities, have a history of military collaboration and intellectual property theft, yet these partnerships were still advanced following PRC delegation trips to universities in France, Austria, and Spain. My bill, the Transatlantic Academic Security and Risk Mitigation Act, directs the Secretary of State to develop a strategy to identify and mitigate adverse national security effects of relationships between Chinese entities of concern, entities that are actively involved in China's military-civilian fusion, defense industrial base and security intelligence services, and those of European institutes of higher education. It is critical for the State Department to evaluate the scope of the threats posed by the Chinese relationships with the European entities and develop a strategy to mitigate any potentially detrimental dangers these relationships pose to America's national security. I encourage every member of the committee to support my legislation, push back on malign Chinese influence, and send a clear message to our European partners that threats to the United States' national security cannot and will not be tolerated. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I oppose this measure. The bill directs the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs to develop and submit a strategy assessing and mitigating risks posed by relationships between European universities and research institutions and the PRC entities of concern. While a strategy to combat PRC malign influence in European universities would be useful, this bill does not do that. Instead of constraining malign activity by China, this bill constrains important institutions in Europe. The problem is that the criteria the bill uses is so overbroad that most major PRC universities and research institutions would be deemed entities of concern. For instance, Tsinghua and Peking universities, which partner with multiple major U.S. universities, would likely be included. Instead of focusing on the types of activities that would be concerning or compromising for our European partners, like having Confucius Institutes that disseminate the CCP's propaganda or cooperating on sensitive research with a military-aligned lab, this bill would label any kind of relationship between a European university and the PRC university as problematic. Are student conferences on the humanities a national security concern? Are Chinese graduate students going to Europe to study economics a threat? If European students are headed to a Chinese university to conduct an agricultural research, is that a problem? We don't even treat academic ties with China this way in the United States. Both Georgetown and Johns Hopkins University, for instance, have ties with Tsinghua University on discrete programs. Why would we say that European countries should not have ties with those universities when we do so ourselves? To effectively tackle the China challenge, we need to know China. To do that, we need Americans and Europeans to travel to, study in, and do research in China. Instead of vilifying American and European institutions that maintain linkages with China, we should be supporting and de-risking our linkages. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Jackson, for allowing me to speak in support of this critical legislation today. For years, the Chinese Communist Party has been allowed to worm its way into American and European education and research institutions under the guise of cooperation, all this happy, feel-good stuff we just heard from the previous speaker. But then they turned around and used these partnerships to undermine us and our allies. They've created Confucius Institutes to promote propaganda and harvest our data. They feed joint research directly into the People's Liberation Army. In fact, I was just in a hearing of the Education and Workforce Committee where we were talking about this exact issue. And I talked about issues that have happened in Florida with Chinese concern. Lin Yang, who was indicted in 2021 for concealing his ties to a Chinese company while working with the University of Florida. Multiple, at least 4 UF faculty members between 2019 and 2021 fired after they had undisclosed connections to Chinese institutions. A 2024 biochemical toxin shipping scheme at the University of Central Florida between 2019 and 2020, 4 faculty members there with ties to China were forced to resign amid potential theft of research. It's happened at the University of South Florida, and this is in the state of Florida where we have passed multiple bills to try to deal with this. So we can live in the world of sunshine, rainbows, and pixie dust, or we can live in the world the way it actually is. These relationships, these so-called partnerships, have directly led to the CCP gaining access to sensitive research and technologies, which they can then use to turn around and attack Taiwan, or worse, us. Thankfully, in America, we've woken up. But our national security is still at risk if our European allies do not take similar steps. As you can see on the posters behind me, French universities have identified 483 identified ties to Chinese entities, and British universities have 1,518 identified ties. And I got news for you. These ties aren't because they're looking out, China's looking out for what's good for France and Britain. It's because they're looking out for what is good for China, a country that is run by a totalitarian government that seeks to harm the United States. Of these Chinese entities, 32% of which work with the British and 72% which work with the French, they have direct links to the People's Liberation Army. That is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of programs. I'd also like to note these universities aren't just cooperating on like harmless research, like let's talk about Shakespeare and the humanities. They're cooperating on topics like semiconductors, aerospace engineering, and AI, a subject we've talked about extensively in this committee, areas that will be at the forefront of modern diplomacy and warfare. Representative Jackson's legislation is essential because it will require us to engage diplomatically with our European allies and help them close their gaps by identifying and mitigating these risks, ensuring our joint security is not compromised. China clearly has malign interests towards us. It only makes sense that we take responsible measures to defend ourselves. This bill does exactly that. I implore all my colleagues to see the danger in allowing the CCP to roam free in American and European institutions and to support this bill to ensure that we counter this real and present danger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a couple of moments. I want to thank the author for this work. I would say it's a pretty narrowly tailored piece of legislation. Any entities of the People's Republic of China that, what do? Reading the legislation here. Are involved in the implementation of military-civil fusion. That's pretty specific. Participates in Chinese Defense Industrial Base. Is affiliated with Chinese State Administration for Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense. All very specific things. I could go on and on. Very, very specific, very well tailored, very well written. I want to yield my time to Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with you on that. And you can, the ranking member's comments on the concern for the definition. This bill's definition of, quote, entity of particular concern is consistent with legislation that we have already passed out of the House in H.R. 881, DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act, which passed with bipartisan support at the time. I think that we have to be proactive in this. I don't believe that our European allies Some of them take the Chinese threat as seriously as we do. It will be our technology and our advances that end up being used against us on the battlefield someday. And I personally want to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that we are not enabling this and helping the Chinese to meet those needs that they have to gather and use our intellectual property and our advancements against us. With that, I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Any other members seek recognition? No further discussion. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7616 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Can
The
I
motion
ask
is
for a roll
agreed
call
to.
vote, Mr. Chairman?
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. I believe this is the last bill we have up for consideration. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6428 to require the Secretary of State to submit a report on participation in educational and cultural exchange programs. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6428, to require the Secretary of State to submit a report on participation in educational and cultural exchange programs.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the bare amendment in the nature of a substitute circulating to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purpose of the amendment. Would the author like to speak?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, would the ranking member like to speak? Or the author first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. And thank you for saving the best legislation for the last. I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 6428 to require the Secretary of State to submit a report on participation in educational and cultural exchange programs, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill. I'm also sending well wishes to my colleague, Representative Joe Wilson, who introduced this bill with me, and wishing him a speedy recovery. Educational and cultural exchange programs are among our most effective tools for advancing U.S. national security, strengthening diplomatic relations, and sustaining American global leadership. These initiatives build lasting relationships with emerging leaders who will shape the political, economic, and security landscape of their countries. Through programs like the Fulbright Program and the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative, the United States projects soft power, fosters goodwill, and promotes democratic values. The PRC is moving aggressively to expand its own educational and cultural exchange programs worldwide. When I speak with ambassadors from the East Asia and Pacific region, they often tell me that while young people would prefer to study in the U.S., the PRC provides significantly more scholarships and exchange programs. As a result, an increasing share of the next generation of leaders is being educated in China instead of the United States. This should be a concern to all of us. This creates long-term implications for U.S. diplomatic standing, influence, and strategic positioning. H.R. 6428 bolsters America's global engagement by requiring the State Department to submit a comprehensive report to Congress on participation in U.S.-funded and comparable PRC-sponsored educational and cultural exchange programs. The report will provide detailed data on participation in these programs, participation by country, funding levels, participant demographics, long-term impact assessments of these programs on perceptions of the United States. The report will also include a comparative analysis of these programs on the diplomatic standing and strategic influence of the United States and the PRC. In closing, H.R. 6428 gives Congress the tools we need to better evaluate, strengthen, and promote our educational and cultural exchanges, which advance American values, build enduring partnerships, and strengthen our leadership around the world. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Joe Wilson, for working with me on this important legislation. And since Joe's not here, I also want to say on his behalf, I commit to holding war criminal Vladimir Putin accountable for his illegal actions and illegal invasion of Ukraine. Go, Joe. Thank you, and I yield back.
That was a great impression of Representative Wilson. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
H.R. 6428 represents a smart, forward-looking investment in one of the United States' most effective tools of global leadership, educational and cultural exchange. These programs are not simply academic opportunities. They are core instruments of American soft power that build lasting relationships, promote democratic values, and strengthen U.S. influence in strategically important regions. At a time when competitors like China are actively expanding their own exchange efforts to shape global perceptions, this bill ensures the United States remains competitive by requiring the Department of State to systematically track, measure, and report on the effectiveness of these programs, including participation levels, funding, and measurable outcomes tied to attitudes toward the United States and democratic principles. By mandating standardized data collection, country-by-country reporting, and direct comparison with competitor programs, H.R. 6428 provides Congress with clear, actionable insight into what is working and where resources should be focused. This strengthens transparency and accountability and ensures taxpayer dollars are used effectively and enables more strategic decision-making about U.S. engagement abroad. Ultimately, the bill reinforces exchange programs as a deliberate national security tool, one that builds long-term partnerships, counters foreign influence, and advances American leadership through ideas, relationships, and shared values. And I compliment Congressman Berra for sponsoring this bill and moving forward along with Mr. Wilson, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself for a moment. This bill enhances congressional oversight of every dollar spent on educational and cultural exchange programs, provides insights into the Chinese Communist Party's soft power efforts, and it expresses support for using these programs to expand America's global influence. Every dollar spent by the State Department must have the goal of making America safer, stronger, more prosperous. America, make America those things. That is what America First means. When done right, educational and cultural exchange programs advance U.S. foreign policy interests by sharing a simple truth with the rest of the world. America is the greatest country on the face of this earth, greatest country in the history of the world, in my opinion. The path to prosperity and security for your country, it doesn't lie with Iran, doesn't lie with North Korea, doesn't lie with China, doesn't lie with Russia, lies with the United States of America. The American values of freedom and liberty and capitalism make America, not the Chinese Communist Party, the ideal partner of choice for your people, for your nation. It's the greatest pathway to prosperity, greater than anything that has ever otherwise been conceived. And I want to thank Representative Berra, Representative Wilson for your leadership on this, and I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. In that, is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6428 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I'm going to vote on it first, and then you can request that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. The clerk will notify members' offices regarding timing of markup votes. The committee stands in recess. Take care. Committee will come to order. Committee postponed further proceedings on H.R. 7654, the Advanced Global Health Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommend an aye vote. Have all members voted?
Hold on.
You guys need new batteries or what?
What are we missing?
Warren, you got it?
Is it on? There you go.
All right, have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 41, the noes are 2.
The ayes have it, the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7642, the Guide Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 39, the noes are 5.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7641, the Transparency in Foreign Assistance Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 44, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. All right. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7633, the American Assistance Visibility Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 44, the noes are 1.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.Res. 971, condemning the coercive actions of the People's Republic of China against Japan in response to statements regarding Taiwan and reaffirming the United States' commitment to its allies in the Indo-Pacific region, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 45, noes 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 1744, the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act of 2025 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, noes 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 3447, the Chip Security Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. If all members voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 42, noes 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7669, the Rejecting the Erasure of Afghan Women and Girls Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? There you go. Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the yeas are 44, noes 2.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7058, the Foreign Adversary AI Risk Assessment and Diplomacy Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 45, noes 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7653, the Biodense Diplomacy Enhancement Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, noes 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6196, the Locally Led Development and Humanitarian Response Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 36, noes 10.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on the substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 119, offered by Ranking Member Meeks to H.R. 7632, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 19, noes 27.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I move that the committee report H.R. 7632 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, noes 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 2504, the U.S. European Nuclear Energy Cooperation Act of 2025 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, noes 3.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7649, the Humanitarian Theft Enforcement Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 45, noes 1.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7630, the Republic of Georgia's Sovereignty Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, noes 0, 2 present.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7675, the Securing Partner Supply Chains Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, noes 3.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7674, the Venezuela Democratic Transition Strategy Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 41, noes 5.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 67, offered by Representative Amo to H.R. 7605, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will, Jim, are you good? You got yours done? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 20, noes 26.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I move that the committee report H.R. 7605 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Chairman, I call for a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Recommend an aye vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, noes 20.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7616, the Transatlantic Academic Security and Risk Mitigation Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, noes 19.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6428 to require the Secretary of State to submit a report on participation in educational and cultural exchange programs as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 42, noes 3, 1 present.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by the committee for today. I thank all the members for participating. There being no further business to transact, committee stands adjourned.